Each of the individual sessions will have session chairs and co-chairs, but then I will be providing just overall chairmanship over all the sessions. So feel welcome, and we always say that if you get to a new meeting or a meeting for that matter, network. Don't just sit next to the person you know. Try to get at least 5 contacts by the time you are leaving this meeting, because that is what makes a difference in such meetings, networking. Okay, so I would like to first, I know you received this booklet, which is a handbook for the whole program. But with the technology, if you go to page 4, technology moved us to page 12. So we really apologize. Sometimes they say that when you use technology, you have to really be careful. So we thought we were doing the right thing, but then technology showed us something else. So page 5, which should be the one on before page 12 there, is just far much ahead. And it's appearing, the one on objectives is now appearing after page 11. So those 2 pages, the 5 and 12, kind of interchanged. But all the information that we need to have in the document are intact. And whenever you want to refer to page 12, 5, you know where to find it. And then now when you get to page 11, you know where to find page 12. We sincerely apologize for that, but all the information are contained in the document. So I would like to hand over the mic to Professor Akira and Dr. Jesse, who will be doing the introductory remark, after which they'll introduce Professor Janganyi, who will then take us through the opening remarks on the role of higher education institution in pushing towards malaria elimination. Thank you so much. And karibuni Kisumu.
Uyaore ainya. Habari asubuhi. Good morning. Bonjour. Ohayo gozaimasu. So finally we met here. So Professor Deogratis Jagani and Dr. Willis Simon Akware, Dr. Gordon Como, and Professor Collins Oma, and Dr. Kennedy Okiambo, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. So we'd like to kick off Symposium, Acceleration of the Malaria Elimination in Tropical Africa, the Post-Pandemic Challenge. So first, I'd like to make sure objectives. You can find this small booklet, supposed page 4, but now page 12. Okay. So objective 1 is to discuss the challenge of current malaria control programs in tropical Africa, particularly in the Pan-Lake Victoria region. Number 2, to identify the mechanism to accelerate malaria elimination in tropical Africa. Number 3, to introduce and evaluate Japanese funded infectious disease research programs in tropical Africa. Number 4, to strengthen and establish research collaboration toward ending malaria and other infectious diseases in tropical Africa. And number 5, to promote the social realization of infectious disease research outcomes in tropical Africa. So today is a little bit long and packed day, but please enjoy it. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Dr. Willis Afale, who is a dear colleague of mine and mentor. Professor Collins Ouma, who is also a collaborator and a friend. Dr. Okomo, our VC, Professor Jirani. Ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed, good morning. So, my role is quite brief. I first of all wish to welcome everybody to today's meeting and to highlight that I really find it nice that we are having this meeting here in Kisumu, considering the burden of malaria in this region. Myself, I grew up in Bungoma, which is like 2 hours away from here, and malaria was a constant threat, as a child growing. And you just knew, I know people who live around here know, whenever you have a fever, you don't even call it a fever. You just say you have malaria, because it was a common threat growing. So indeed, thinking about the burden that malaria continues to pose to this region is really great, is something to be commended for us to come together as stakeholders working in different areas, from programmers to academicians to researchers to practitioners, to come and think of strategies that we can employ to fight off this malady. And more so, thinking about this post-pandemic period, we have to be innovative. We have to think of what new tools or what new strategies can we bring to bear in this fight against malaria. And I'm so excited to even know that we have partners from countries around the lake, from the so-called Great Lakes region. And this also gives us an impetus to think about cross-border or even regional control efforts. So thank you everybody, most welcome. And I'll now take the opportunity to welcome our professor, Vice Chancellor, Professor Jaganyi. And before I do so, I'll give you a quick intro of his. Professor Jaganyi is the Vice Chancellor of Mount Kenya University from January 2021. Professionally, he is a physical chemist with a BSc Honours and Master's degree from the University of Nairobi, Kenya, DSc, and a PhD from Imperial
East Africa Community. Karibu. Professor Noboru Minakawa from Nagasaki University, my long-term collaborators, like forever. Wale from Africa Leaders Malaria Alliance, and all of us for being here. Let's give applause. Thank you. Now, it's my pleasure to invite the co-chairs, Dr. Michael Katende and Professor Kira Kaneko, for the next session, which will be on policy of malaria control. And I request that they sit next to me there so that we are able to. You're the only one? Yes. So this will be the special seats for the co-chairs for the sessions. So it's my pleasure to hand over to them the microphone so that they can steer the next session. Thank you. Karibu.
Of malaria control. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Willis Akware as a keynote speaker. Dr. Willis Akware is a medical doctor and malaria specialist. Malaria Council. He is also the chairman of the National COVID-19 Vaccine Task Force in Kenya. He holds a degree in medicine and a doctorate in tropical medicine, specializing in malaria epidemiology and control. Dr. Akware has 25 years of progressive experience in the provision of healthcare service, policy formulation, and implementation. Within the Kenya Ministry of Health, MOH, he has led the National Malaria Control Program and supervised HIV, TB, and NCD programs. His work in malaria control in Kenya has received the recognition of the Kenya President. An affiliation of Johns Hopkins University, and served as the country director for the International Training and Education Center for Health, ITEC, of the University of Washington. Dr. Akware is a visionary, result-oriented strategic thinker with excellent communication skills, has authored over 20 publications, including 18 peer-reviewed Burning Square, EBS, by President Uhuru Kenyatta for his work in getting nearly 10 million people vaccinated against COVID. Willis Sensei. So I met Willis 30 years ago in Kishi Hospital. So Willis Sensei, dozo.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for the introduction, and a good morning and good evening for those of you who are online from outside Kenya. It is a real pleasure. I got this invitation 2 months ago. Actually, I was from my had also got an invitation to go to DRC for a malaria meeting as well. And what had motivated me to go to DRC is Rumba music, so I was so sure to delve in that scene. But when I saw this invitation from my teacher, my supervisor, I'm very wise, I could not say no. I had to prioritize this. And therefore, I'm very excited to be here. And the theme also really hit something I really wanted to speak about. And when you hear the word acceleration, we always remember that we've been in vehicles, we've been in planes, and we ride bicycles, and there must be a target. There must be a finish line. So it's my pleasure, therefore, to try and look at some of the key issues that are coming from an African continent perspective, given the affiliation that I currently am at the African Leaders Malaria Alliance. The first thing trying to say policies, if it is policies, we keep generating a lot of policies. We have very beautiful documents. We have very good digital documents now. You have booklets very well laid out. But a policy is not a policy until it is disseminated and actually implemented. And that's usually the big elephant in the room. Are we sure that the communities that are affected by malaria are implementing the policies as we envisage them, as we sit here, and as our African heads of state sit in high-level conferences around the world and on the continent? So very quickly, control. That is the reduction of disease incidence, prevalence, morbidity to a locally acceptable level. We would say 70 or 80%. As a result of deliberate efforts. That's how WHO has defined control, while elimination is interruption elimination and ensuring that there is no reintroduction of the disease. Now, this information is already in your booklets, but I think it's important for us to just recall it. African countries account for 96% of malaria cases and 98% of global deaths. The African Union did not achieve, I think about 2015, the African heads of state met and said they want to end malaria by 2030. And they gave a target of 2020, where they wanted the incidence and mortality of malaria to be reduced by 40%. So by 2020, this had not been achieved. Indeed, in 2020, partly because of the COVID-19 pandemic, over 600 Africans died from this disease, 80% of whom were children under 5 years. The East African community where we are, which now includes the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Great Lakes region, contributes to a quarter of all global cases and 10% of all the deaths. So this is really a hotspot area. Most of the funding for malaria, or almost 56%, actually comes from the Global Fund, and funding is so key towards malaria control. And Global Fund, indeed, by June of last year, had availed very close to 15 billion US dollars towards malaria control. Now, what has been some of the progress, especially after 2015? In terms of reducing incidence, a number of countries, that's Ethiopia, Mauritania, Cape Verde, Gambia, and Ghana, reduced their incidence by at least 40%. While Eswatini, Equatorial Guinea, Kenya, Rwanda, Senegal, and Togo reduced at between 25 and 40%. In terms of mortality, there's been some good progress in Ethiopia and South Africa. Sierra Leone and Togo, 20 to 40%. The republics of Cape Verde and Sao Tome, of course these are island areas off the west coast, there have been no deaths reported since 2018 due to malaria. Now let's come back to Kenya and just use this as an example. We've been seeing a decline in the incidence, but also we occasionally see an increase, like in 2019. This is the number of cases per 1,000 population. 2020. Now, in terms of modeling, looking at from the year 2000, when actually the incidence of malaria has reduced by about 74%. The other one was from 2015, but now we are looking from 2000. In Kenya from 2000 has reduced by about 46%. And therefore, modeling shows that an estimated 124,000 deaths were avoided. So what has been making this difference? What have the successes that the African countries are witnessing? One of them, foremost, is that there has been more money made available from, especially the year 2002, when Global Fund started supporting efforts across the continent. There has been more increased distribution of insecticide-treated bed nets, better anti-malarial medicines. There's been, to some limited extent, why we could start getting an increase in malaria. On the lower side of this arrow, I have put the threats. On the upper side, I have put the if there's drug resistance in one area, people will come with the parasites here. There's a spread of the vector like Anopheles stephanesi now that has become and is a real threat in sub-Saharan Africa with continuing spread from where it was first identified in Djibouti. The issue of climate change definitely has an implication on malaria. It is getting warmer, we are getting flooding, and therefore habitats that will encourage breeding of malaria. Now the other threat is just the lack of data. Do you know where we are? Even if we are accelerating, how clear is our data? How reliable is that data? Are we capturing real data that can then help in ensuring that we make the right policies? And then funding, and I'll keep talking about funding because unless we have sustained funding, malnourished children are vulnerable to many other infections. And the other challenge is even the absorption of the malaria medicines that we tend to use can be impacted by malnutrition. Limited diagnostic capacities, how available are they at the lower level? Poor surveillance, I've talked about it. Inaccessibility, and inaccessibility, we talk about both geographic and financial. And then limited resistance monitoring. If we don't know what is happening, we'll not make the right policies. Now let me look at just the malaria program funding sources. And one of the things you start seeing here in Kenya, let me be specific, there's been an increase in funding from the government to about 46%, but this has been increasing over time. Donor funding has been a main area, but you can see it started platooning around 2017. While out of pocket, people going out to buy malaria medicines themselves, it was very high at the beginning, early 2009. There's been a small reduction, partly because the government has been increasing its for malaria elimination. Kenya has identified some 4 counties that they would want to do elimination, but no budget to really do that, because we can only accelerate once we start ensuring the control is under control and we have targeted areas that we can do that. And as you can see, therefore, there is a big gap. The strategy 2018-2023, the funding gap has been estimated at 24 billion Kenya shillings. Now, what is key to success in this is what is killing most of the people on the continent. We must focus on high burden areas. We must have high impact interventions being made universally available to everybody who needs them. And we must ensure we have increased resources and not entirely depend only on donors. We must start having domestic resources in the war against malaria. So how will Africa achieve the 2030 goal of ending malaria? We look at ensuring that 100% of people living in areas at risk of malaria have access to the interventions. 100% suspected cases of malaria are tested and treated according to the national guidelines. And that 80% of those people who get those interventions appropriately use them. And to be able to do that, therefore, we need to establish systems of malaria elimination in targeted areas, whether it is subnational or within regional areas within our continent. We need to strengthen surveillance and use of information to improve decision making, and we must provide leadership for the optimal implementation of these interventions. Now, as was said, the African Leaders Malaria Alliance has a legacy agenda that targets 4 main areas, and the immediate former chairman, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, had this vision for Africa. Number 1, digitalization. And according to him, he wanted to ensure that all the information about malaria is not only available in conference rooms like this, but at the village level, you have scorecards that tell the communities what is happening around them. Why are they seeing increased cases? So that they start taking charge of the challenges they are facing at that level. Then End Malaria Cancer Fund is to bring in the private sector. Ending malaria will have to be multi-sectoral. It can never be only driven by one party. It can never be only government. How are we ensuring the private sector is part of the vision to end malaria? Can we tap into the money and the resources that they have to ensure this? And therefore resource mobilizing from the private sector locally and internationally to ensure that we achieve targets. And the issue of local manufacturing. If there is one lesson the African continent learned from the COVID-19 pandemic is that you could actually have money but you could not get your vaccines. You could not get your test kit because the supply chain system were interrupted. And therefore, during that period of 2020 up to now, the African leaders have seriously looked at ensuring that some of these essential life-saving commodities are manufactured on the continent. And then tapping into the agility of the young people on the continent so that they are the advocates, they participate in all efforts towards malaria elimination. Now, End Malaria Council, where I now serve as a special advisor, has a mandate of first ensuring there's political will, ensuring that we raise money, resource mobilize. When we talk of resource mobilization, it's not just the dollar, not the yen and the shilling, but we are also looking at the bottlenecks. Occasionally in this country, we hear reports that malaria medicines are in Nyeri and Homa Bay does not have any. And all we are required to do is to get transport to bring. So in-kind contribution, working with courier firms, working with the well-wishers who can just pay for those medicines to come is something we want to put as a key agenda going forward. And then action to be coordinated from regional, national, sub-national, but most important, at the community level. And then accountability. Because we are all, in all this, for us to win, every sector must be held accountable. If private sector said it will do this, are they doing? If the public sector said they are doing this, the academia said they are doing this, the community said we must hold each other accountable if we really have to accelerate this war. I will not take a lot of time, but when we talk about malaria, the one Kenya was to distribute bed nets, but obviously we could not use the strategies that we had planned. However, we were able to do that by decentralizing bed net distribution and tapping into the community health workers. Because that time we could not tell people come to the health facilities, we could not get people to crowd. Remember, we had restrictions. But community health workers, when properly trained, were able to get mobile points where they were able to distribute insecticide-treated bed nets as part of the mass campaign. Finally, what are some of the key policy considerations? From where I stand, it is very, very important that we must include malaria as part of the broad economic development agenda. We must ensure in all our development agenda across governments that malaria is part of that. We must have a financing strategy that must be linked to universal health coverage. We are really now talking about universal health coverage. If we want to ensure everybody has access, yet they cannot access malaria treatment, that by definition will not be universal health coverage. We must strengthen our monitoring and evaluation. It actually, for me, on the African continent, even as we go around, occasionally you find even facilities cannot tell you what is the incidence of malaria. Partly because they can't do the diagnosis, they don't have the proper records, poor quality data management. If we are not able to know what is happening at our facility level, we will not know where we are in the war against malaria. Then we must start looking at the new technologies and make them more effective to meet some of the needs. I know we are now having vaccines coming, but we need much more effective vaccines that will then have a real impact in reducing mortality of the children. We must look at how we tap into other areas like larval source management. When we see breeding sites increasing and as part of climate change, are we just going to wait until all these mosquitoes get mature and start transmitting? The role of larval source management as part of integrated vector management is very crucial on the African continent. And finally, I'll always repeat this, without communities, without really defining their role, we are not going to accelerate, neither are we going to end malaria. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you this morning.
Okay, thank you very much, Wills. Maybe many questions, but because of time, please keep your questions. mind. And we must go ahead. So, first present, I'd like to introduce first presenter, Dr. Michael Katend, next to me. He's a East African Community Regional Malaria Coordinator. Michael, please.
Thank you very much, Prof. And fellow co-chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jambo. Okay. I hope the slides are. Yes. Okay. So thank you very much. Allow me to observe all protocols because there are very many professors here, very many students, and it would be a mistake if I announce one and I forget another, or I give a wrong title. So allow me to say all protocols observed and bring you greetings from the East African Community Secretariat. As already introduced, Dr. Michael Katende. I am embedded with the East African Community Secretariat Health Department as the ESC Regional Malaria Coordinator. Officially, a staff of RBM Partnership in Malaria. And you being in the malaria world, I'm sure you've heard about RBM. So my presentation really is to share what is happening at the ESC level with regards to the response to malaria and how we think, how the ESC thinks we should accelerate towards elimination. As already highlighted by my colleague, thank you very much for making my work very easy, Billy. You have given a very firm foundation for my presentation. We all have a role to play, and that role will help us to achieve that aspiration of elimination. So what I'm going to share with you is just one component of the bigger picture. And I'll just bring you up speed on our initiative at the East African Community, the Secretariat. So, the IT people, how do I make sure the slide moves when I want it to move? We are starting. Dr. Willis was very strategic, brought his laptop that has gotten used to his fingers and was just moving very fast. So it is within a flash. I think it's in one of the folders here. Let's take it this one. I don't know. Yeah, let's open that folder. You should. Which folder has the research? This? Multi-sectoral, yeah? Scientists, IT, you know. I hope the colleagues who are online actually are able to see the slides. Yes, this time the slides are moving. So, this is a very important slide, and I usually include it there to remind us on the goals that we have set ourselves to achieve through the global technical strategy on malaria, and I believe all the people in this room actually know this strategy and have interacted with this strategy. What is important for me is not the goals, but what is important are the principles that have been set. The principles that have been set are being agreed upon, and we believe these principles will give us that trust to achieve the elimination, transition from where we are into elimination. For me, what is important to highlight and note about 3-4 key points here. The participation, country ownership and community participation, which has been highlighted, is critical. Also, monitoring, evaluation, reporting, but I want to make sure that we include sharing of information. It's a key principle, and I think that to move towards transitioning towards elimination, it's important that we pay attention to this. Equity in access to health services, and more importantly, vulnerable and hard-to-reach populations. That's why I am speaking to you today, because of the cross-border initiatives. In the cross-border areas, we have those groups that are hard-to-reach, but also have a component of those ones that are vulnerable. So it's important that these principles that have been there for some time, actually we go back and reinterrogate them. Of course, innovation and looking at implementation approaches. I think what we are doing, we have our already agreed upon core interventions, but what I'm going to discuss with you today is also the other aspect of the implementation approaches, where we bring in the cross-border issues that we need to address if we are actually going to achieve elimination. But of course, it goes hand in hand with what progress is made at country level. This also links into the previous slide, and I want to emphasize one key supporting element that we bring on board, which is strengthening the enabling environment. As a REC, as a regional economic community, this is what we can do. The implementation is with the partner states and you, the key stakeholders within the countries. But what we do as a regional economic community, as and the Secretary, is to ensure that we have that strong political and financial commitment, which has been highlighted as one of the key factors that we need for success, but also the multi-sectoral approaches and the cross-border considerations and collaborations. No single country can achieve elimination on its own. No single region, for example, as East African community, you can't achieve elimination without looking at SADC, because we share borders with SADC, isn't it? You know, so it is going to take the whole of Africa coming together to eliminate malaria in Africa. And once we eliminate malaria in Africa, we eliminate malaria in the world. I believe whole world, we are the drivers. Issues around stewardship, capacity development are critical. I won't dwell on this, but I just want to highlight that it's important for us to understand that the East African community and all the initiatives there will mainly focus on strengthening the enabling environment. This is just to continue introducing the topic. We know that in Africa we have at least 8 recognized regional economic communities, regional bodies, if I may use the simple language. And East African community is just one of those. But if you look at that partition, if you look at those different colors, all these countries and all these RECs share borders, and all of them have initiatives. So the cross-border discussions and considerations are quite very important. And I would like to highlight this, that these initiatives will help us to move towards the elimination. And you as the academia, you as the researchers, you as the programmers must always think about this. Because we're just a small regional body within the whole of Africa. And all these regional bodies have one way or the other some malaria control initiatives. But what I would like to highlight as the key point here is that these initiatives are centered around either coordination of resource mobilization, coordination in implementing cross-border activities, sharing information, best practices, and these are the issues that have been the thrust of this initiative. So I will not go into this, but just highlight that in addition to what we have at the ESC, there are also other initiatives within the different regional bodies within Africa. Allow me to re-emphasize, of course, as we look at movement of people, movement of goods, movement of services, which is one of the core areas of focus for this African community as we talk about integration. Of course, diseases are easily moving across our borders. And this presents a consistent challenge in addressing and combating malaria, but also combating diseases. Because people are moving, when they move as a whole with all your issues, your problems, your diseases, all your challenges. Malaria is a developmental issue. It has been highlighted, let me highlight it again. It is an issue that will either allow us to develop or to stay where we are, stagnate. So we must address malaria as a development issue, and we should move away from addressing it as a health issue, but address it rather as a development issue and in a more sectoral way. So, accelerating efforts towards malaria elimination requires combined effort, spanning from the international level, our colleagues from JICA who are here, and other institutions that are here, to the regional level, the ESC, but also to the in-country and specific actors. We need to work together to accelerate. So we talk about accelerating towards elimination. We must know who are the actors and what are they, what's their role, how are they coming into the bigger puzzle. It's important. Allow me to highlight that to help in achieving this vision of moving very fast, accelerating towards elimination, we have a number of arrangements. The ESC and a number of regional economic communities all have MOUs with RBM, and of course, ALMA, WHO, AFRO, coming together as the consortium of the three to support our countries to move in that direction. So talking about this initiative, this Great Lakes Malaria Initiative, I'm sure you have heard about the GLMI. It is an initiative which was born out of a discussion that started in 2018. You can prominently see some of the people who are there. And this had key stakeholders who came to discuss how best to tackle malaria in our region in East Africa. And importantly, in 2018, the ESC region had identified DRC as a key stakeholder in addressing malaria. Even if we achieved a lot within the other ESC countries, 5 of the 6 ESC countries share a border with the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'll show you the map. And therefore, with the high burden of malaria on the other side, how much to tackle and intervene on this side, we need to have them moving together with you. So this is an initiative that was born out of need, out of key observations. Among those, one, our region really shares, the countries in the ESC actually share most of the risk factors for malaria. I don't have to emphasize it, you are the scientist, you know better than me. The risk factors, but more importantly, we have some challenge, some factors that have been constant. Complex emergencies, outbreaks, Ebola today, Marburg there, yellow fever there. These outbreaks, these emergencies somehow do affect how we intervene on malaria and other diseases. And we noted that even with these shared factors, as the countries in the East African community, we do not have any cross-border collaboration that is clearly well structured to say how we're addressing malaria between maybe 2 countries or 3 countries. There was none. So we thought it was important to have a regional initiative focusing in the Great Lakes region. Now, Great Lakes because along our borderlines, along the borders, we have water bodies. Of course, with the bigger one in the center, the Lake Victoria. So this initiative was one of those that actually has been identified as our flagship initiative to move the region in addressing cross-border malaria issues, which are strategic. And show you how we are moving, and the Secretary Council approved this in 2021. Of course, the impact of COVID, you can imagine, from 2018. These are what Dr. Akwa has spoken about, but this shows you the trends that we share the same patterns, constant transmission and challenges, many challenges that have affected the issue, the region. So this initiative really aims to respond to strategic challenges that create barriers to accessibility to malaria prevention or malaria interventions. I want to emphasize this. There are strategic challenges that we want addressed through this initiative. Not everything, no. Few things that are strategic that no individual country can address on its own. Okay? Because if I can address it, why should I come to you? But there are those issues that you need, no, I need my neighbor to sort this boundary issue. The water is, being diverted into my land. It's causing erosion. So you have to address it with your neighbor. So this is this initiative, and we are building on the national malaria control programs, their successes, addressing some bottlenecks, challenges, to ensure that we now give it that thrust, accelerate into the elimination phase. It's important to note that I raised this earlier, that the movements, if there's IOM has started movements in the ESC region, if you look at the maps, how people are moving, you get shocked, and you even wonder how we're able to control diseases. Because the movements are so intense, so complex, and these pose a dynamic, it's dynamic and it's affecting all that you do. If you look at the movements, probably will change how we program and intervene. So this initiative looks at all this and brings a number of things in perspective. So this is a map showing the cross-border points where we intend to intervene. All those red dots, you can see that we have the blue, those are the water bodies, okay? But all those red cross-border points have been mapped as points where we have people crossing, we have a lot of activity, and there's constant malaria transmission, and it shows you how much work we have. But if it is shared between the different countries, then of course it is achievable. We have a clear vision and direction on how we want to move, and of course it links into what has already been agreed upon at the African Union level, but also with set targets as a region, looking at the resources, looking at the burden of the challenges we have and the burden of malaria in our region. We were modest, and those are some of the targets and the goals we want to achieve. And we want to achieve this through 4 key, I would say, objectives or key issues that drive this initiative. The first one is to make sure, and we're working on this, to make sure that we have sustainable regional coordination, partnership, resource mobilization, and accountability mechanisms. You cannot address cross-border issues without proper coordination. You must have a mechanism through which things are coordinated, through which issues are addressed. So this is the very first key objective of this initiative, and I can assure you we're moving very fast on this one. We have set up, put in place some structures already. We also want to focus on establishing malaria surveillance, preparedness, and response mechanisms for the cross-border areas, but also the region. As highlighted by Dr. Willis, if you ask for information from the countries, that's when you create enmity with the programmers. The data doesn't come, and I'll show you the scorecards. The data doesn't come there. So we need, if we go into elimination, you cannot reach elimination without data, without surveillance, without being prepared, So this is a key area of focus, and we believe that we can only eliminate malaria if we have regional centers of excellence. You cannot achieve this without these centers, because these centers are the ones that are going to give you the top-notch guidance, if I may use that, for lack of a better word, statement, that high-quality undoubted piece of evidence that will guide the policy direction and action. You need regional centers of excellence, and we need to establish these ones. Not established, but some of them already exist. We need to strengthen them and give them that, should I say, that status. And this is going to require what my colleague Willis is doing, the leaders, to mobilize the leaders to allow us to move in this direction and recognize these institutions. Of course, the last aspect is, as we do all these things in the cross-border areas, we want to ensure that there is access to effective protection, prevention, and curative interventions for populations at risk in the cross-border areas. Our programs, yes, are intervening in the mainland everywhere, but those areas where there are pockets of those people, we want to make sure that we work closely, and we're working closely with different programs, stakeholders, to ensure that these groups access these interventions that they need. Now remember, for us to achieve this, it can't be health alone, it's multi-sectoral. In the cross-border, we have very many actors. The key actors, I had an opportunity to coordinate the COVID response at regional level at the ESC. By that time, I was the principal health officer before I changed to this lane of malaria. The key actors in the COVID response in the cross-border areas were not the health workers. We realized that we had to work with the transporters, we had to work with the port health, we had to work with immigration, security. The security structure were key. So we cannot address cross-border malaria transmission and the issues there without bringing the multi-sectoral approach. Where are we? Allow me to move very fast. We have a strong coordination structure with a proper policy-making organ, which is the Council of Ministers of Health for all the countries. We have also an expert technical working group, a regional technical working group, and we are really, I want to use this opportunity, I don't want to lose it. We would like to invite academia and research to join this technical working group and the different subgroups. We have a subgroup on monitoring, on surveillance monitoring and evaluation, reporting. The subgroup looks at those issues on surveillance monitoring. We have a subgroup on advocacy, communication and community engagement. This is very important because we're talking about cross-border. You cannot just come and implement the way you do other things. You have to have clear communication approaches, strategies on how we're going to engage the cultural community. And this subgroup is there. So those communication people, please make sure that you link through the national system and join. And I believe all these subgroups are operational. We have members that have been nominated, but we can still co-op members. We have worked closely with our leaders, and we have been able to mobilize and at least secure, should I say secure, some political support and commitment. What we need to see is this support and commitment being translated into the things we want to see, into the resources, into the funding for the research that we want to do, and some other aspects. So we have been able to launch this. We have had our ministers. You can see we have about 3 ministers there in that top photo point. In the top photo there, these ministers were part of a pre-launch meeting that was held in Kigali. The ministers came to discuss issues, and the key issue we discussed here was the cross-border health facility. How do we operationalize that? And of course, below is the original meeting in Kigali. We have launched this initiative, and we have secured that support at high level, but also within the region, because we launched in Busia, and it was a successful launch. We launched in Rusumo between Tanzania and Rwanda, and of course, Busia between Uganda and Kenya. We also have been able, and we are driving the agenda of accountability, having accountability tools, holding ourselves accountable, having means and ways of knowing where we are, whether we're improving or not. This is our first Great Lakes Malaria Initiative scorecard for 2020. We have one under development. I'm showing this because if you go there and probably when we develop these scorecards, the countries go back and discuss and hold themselves accountable, interrogate their interventions, look at whether they're investing enough. Also, maybe they are trying to work with partners to improve. What you note, we still have challenges with the data. Okay? All those gray areas show that that data is lacking. Of course, we have one of the new entrants in the community is DRC. It is gray, so we need to try and push to get this data. But I want to emphasize one aspect. When we look at data, what data are we lacking? We are lacking data on ACTs, stockouts. This information is not coming in greatly. And these are the drugs we're using for treatment, but you don't have data on stockouts. So how do you ensure that people are receiving the medication when they need it? So it's something. Then of course the other aspect, which is funding. You look at that column there, it's gray. Funding domestic resources that are being injected into the malaria response in our region. This is a constant reminder that we need to work on this. And this is scorecard we are using as a tool to hold ourselves accountable. We are popularizing this initiative through the launches within the region and having joint cross-border meetings to plan and agree on interventions. This is also showing you where we have launched in Busia and Rusumo and who was there. But regionally, we also launched this initiative. We launched this initiative and the strategic plan. Important to note is the engagement of the private sector. We had SC Johnson on board and also other civil society organizations from Rwanda, SFH Rwanda. It's important to know that we have to bring different actors into this initiative to make sure that we achieve. We're mobilizing resources, we're not doing very well, but at least to some extent we are moving in that direction. If we have set up regional centers of excellence and do all these things, we need resources, isn't it? And these resources are coming, but not at the rate at which we want them. We have learned some lessons. In the short time I've been in the field implementing this initiative, we have learned that we can actually do a lot by using existing capacity. It's not a new lesson, but this is a cross-border initiative. But you can learn, you can do a lot with those security people, those different players. The launches have also helped us to, popularize and get buy-in from the districts. We need, for successful implementation, as we move towards elimination. In this initiative, we have actually given it time to identify early enough. Don't bring them on the way as a by the way. You must engage them from the beginning so that their input is that they also understand what you want, how you want them to contribute. And of course, we have MOUs that have been critical and to consolidate the partnerships. Regions actually using the scorecards very well, and they have catalyzed a number of changes in their system. We have the lessons are many, but have cut them short. We have, of course, some challenges which you have noted, and allow me to highlight the issue of resources. Your secretariat, the East African Community Secretariat, usually mobilizes resources from different partners. We have challenges, not only financial, but also technical and material resources. There are times when actually just need somebody who can provide that technical support to move something. And the resources are there, but we don't know you. Sorry, if I use lack of better one. We don't know your specialty. You are there. I'm this way. We have a gap. You can help, but we can't reach you because we don't know you. The resources are there somehow, but we cannot tap. So we need to use this opportunity to. I don't know how we're going to do it. Maybe in this conference you help us to come up with a way in which maybe we can populate the kind of resources in Maseno University, in Mount Kenya, so that we can tap into these resources as a secretariat. This is your secretariat, so we need to tap into that. Of course, we also have another challenge of there are very few or limited guidance documents or frameworks on cross-border initiatives. They are not there. For example, we struggled through the COVID period on sharing information actually. It was very challenging because there is no framework. You say, this is the framework that African Union has put forward that allows us to do this, which is clear, you know. So this is one of the issues. So we, this initiative, we are looking into some of the critical frameworks. Of course, challenges with adoption and implementation of regional agreed or negotiated policies and guidelines. Countries, our ministers sign and adopt. It takes forever. We have a very critical instrument that was adopted in 2018, the ESC Resource Mobilization Strategy. Very good document, guiding on what countries should do. Up to now, some countries have not done anything, and yet, if we implemented that, we have, you know, ways of generating resources within the countries. Of course, sharing data and its availability, but allow me to say that the data that we need must be reliable. We cannot share what is not reliable. That's why it's very difficult for countries to share, because they don't want to be embarrassed. So we need to work in that direction of making sure that the data is available so that it can be shared. So what are we doing? What are we focusing on? I can see this slide a little bit disorganized, but it's okay. All the information is there. We're developing some to move and accelerate, move the region to achieve the objective of GLMI. We are developing some strategic documents. The first one, which is on the table, where we have a draft, is the Regional Malaria Surveillance and Information Sharing Framework. Because we have said we share the same risk factors, we're in the same region, but countries comfortably share information with WHO, but they don't share information with Kenya, cannot share with Uganda or Rwanda. They're not doing it. Even the researches we are doing with universities, they are not being shared, so they're not accessible. They are not guiding policy. Maybe they are guiding in Kenya, but they're not guiding the region. So this framework will help us do that. And also, we believe it is important from our sectoral action framework for malaria, for the ESA region. We have the Great Lakes which focus on cross-border, but what are we doing as a region? What's the direction? And it's my aspiration, and I'm sure in this meeting, I'm going to pick issues that you want us to put in that regional framework to guide our region. Allow me to get those at least from you, the scientists and the scientists. We're working on advocacy and communication documents, and we're also working on baseline information. Baseline information region on malaria, so that when you say ESC, you can access it easily. Allow me to run. We are looking at a first annual Malaria Partners Forum next year. It's important. We want to share with you the vision so that we also receive your input so that we can move together. Few things. One, I think we need to ensure that the national plans, I hope there are people from the Ministry of Health, have components of cross-border. It must be strong. We should not even waver around it. It should be strong. Not for malaria alone, malaria and other diseases, you know. Timely implementation, we need, of course, to encourage countries to adopt this GLMI. Regional centers of excellence, I can't overemphasize. I think from here is something that we need to start ruminating on because it's important. And of course, we need to work together to build a robust database. Information will help us to have those policies and to deploy our interventions with firm basis. We're deploying interventions because it was programmed in January and we're in December, you deploy next few but really don't know what's happening on the ground between January and December. And of course, we're building platforms for engagement. And lastly, partnerships. This is my last point I want to emphasize. We need to strengthen the partnership. Please join us as we move within the GLMI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Katendo. Please keep your questions for coffee break. we are almost 30 minutes behind, and Dr. Juma is waiting online. So now I hand over.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to now put on shoes of a co-chair, and I will present to you our next presenter, who is Dr. Elizabeth Juma. Dr. Elizabeth Juma works with WHO Afro, and she's joining online. This is a hybrid meeting, courtesy of COVID. Yes, it's a hybrid meeting, and Dr. Juma, we don't have a lot of details on the bio for Dr. Juma, but I know she has been engaged in our discussions right from the beginning in Kigali, the Great Lakes Malaria Initiative, and she's a key person in the malaria response and other interventions at WHO. And we know WHO is takes this part of the region, guides our region. Dr. Juma, if you can hear me, you are very welcome. Use 1 minute to shed a little bit of more light on your bio, so that people know you better. Karibuni. Over to you, Dr. Juma. Let me say Dr. Elizabeth Juma, because you may think she is a he or he is a she. Dr. Juma, karibuni. The floor is yours. Yeah, I know. These hybrid meetings can be very challenging. Yes. Yeah. Is it using wireless or what?
word control. One of the things, even though it is well-meaning, what has tended to happen is that it has made us lax. We relax. We have controlled malaria. We have come to accept sometimes that it is okay if we lose 10 babies a month to malaria. That is acceptable. But is it really acceptable because we are controlling malaria? What is acceptable? We should not really be having deaths at the minimum. Whether it is at sub-county level, at county level, or at regional level. That is not acceptable. So we should get out of the comfort zone of control and start using something that is continuous, that spurs us every day to say we are moving along a continuum where we have high burden to zero, and we must keep moving along this transmission continuum. Ladies and gentlemen, malaria control and elimination is not a dichotomy. It is not. There is no point where you say, okay, control has ended, now I am in elimination. These are the things we now need to remove from our mindset. All countries, and even those in the room, all counties can accelerate towards elimination regardless of where they lie along the malaria transmission continuum. And then there are many strategies that we can do. And the one of that, we must have better control and treatment. That is mandatory, regardless of whether you're at zero or whether you're at high. But there are other interventions that you start introducing when you're at low or very low. And this includes, certain aspects of surveillance and certain aspects of individual line listing and follow-up, which Dr. Akbale said we still have not quite found funding for, but for which, ladies and gentlemen, we can, by integrating some of our surveillance activities, especially in those areas where the malaria burden is low to very low. This is the malaria transmission continuum around the world. If you look at the countries, they are all pasted with one color because we have picked a national average and pasted it. But the reality is, when you go deep down into the countries, for instance, this is an example from the Greater Mekong sub-region, you realize that there are areas with no malaria, but there are areas that would have very, very high burdens of malaria. Where should we be focusing our interventions so that we bring down the burden and prevent morbidity and mortality? So my plea to you is that we need to start using the little data we have to identify those areas sub-nationally, whether it is county, and in each county can they go to sub-county almost to ward level and say which are the areas that we have a problem. This is an example from a country that you've been recognized. And even though we keep saying, oh, this country has a very high burden of malaria, it does have malaria-free areas. And no one would believe that. But should we go to the malaria-free areas and focus so much attention there while ignoring the very high burden areas? So this sub-national stratification is very, very critical. The transmission continuum exists even within a single country. Even in a country where we might think the burden is high. And translating this, that means even within a county. For example, Bungoma County, you have areas with zero malaria transmission and areas with very high malaria transmission. What are these areas? And what are the approaches that we are using to address malaria? The differences basically are very minimal, and all of them relate to the issue of how intense do we do our surveillance. The objective in burden reduction, when we are dealing in the very high and high to moderate malaria transmission areas, is we want to ensure nobody dies of malaria. We want to reduce illness and death. But when we are looking at the areas of elimination, we count our cases. We want to know how many people have malaria. Nobody dies from malaria, and we do not want anybody to get it. That is interrupting transmission. However, in terms of access to prevention and treatment, it is the same in all those areas. And diagnosis and treatment, access, financial access, not just physical access. So the first one is physical access, but the next one is financial access. We must ensure that anyone who gets malaria can get that treatment free. And this includes those people who sometimes we consider not ours, migrants, refugees, people who just passed by or were visiting. Can they also have access? And lastly, surveillance. Surveillance and burden reduction really serves to identify areas of transmission and helps us focus on those areas to reduce the burden. In elimination, we are identifying every single case, responding to every single case, finding out how they got malaria, and effectively addressing all those issues to interrupt malaria transmission. In terms of data, we have to aggregate reporting. Yes, when the cases are many, when you're seeing thousands, you sort of aggregate your reporting weekly, minimum weekly. We can do monthly, but please let's not wait for 3 months to aggregate data. So I hope the county officials are hearing and listening, and data is something that you can obtain weekly for decision making. In elimination, it is daily. Data must be available daily, and response actions are literally implemented over hours and days within the moment you have received information. All sectors are implicated, whether you're doing burden reduction or elimination. And you must optimize the impact of our interventions. So that means in burden reduction, we are using data. If I have a limited amount of mosquito nets or I need to do indoor residual spray, which part of the county should I prioritize? Should I just spread it thin? Should I reject it? Or where will it make the most impact? In elimination, you do everything, whatever it takes. And it is very interesting when you hear the stories from places that have done elimination like China and Algeria, and some very whatever it takes can be quite interesting. I will not really focus on the interventions themselves. They are very well known to you, and Dr. Akwale spoke to them. Spraying nets, control, environmental management, and also personal protection. Personal protection is important, but it has no public health impact. So your repellent will not protect your neighbor. We also use chemotherapeutic agents. Chemoprevention, we have 3 forms of chemoprevention: intermittent preventive treatment in pregnancy, seasonal malaria chemoprevention, where malaria is highly seasonal with transmission occurring over a period in the year, and where children can be protected. And we also have perennial preventive treatment in infants, which used to be called intermittent preventive treatment, where SP is used during the first year of life to prevent malaria infections. Diagnosis and treatment, you're aware. Prompt treatment is critical to malaria burden reduction and elimination of deaths. Rwanda has an excellent example of what community health workers providing prompt treatment can do to reduction in mortality. We should try it. We should implement it. It is a very cost-effective, impactful intervention to ensure that communities have prompt access to treatment. I go back again to stratification to determine where shall I put what. And this is particularly with regard to prevention and other interventions, chemoprevention interventions, maybe even vaccine, the malaria vaccine as we are discussing now. And this is another high burden country. But you can do this even at your county to say, which place, which sub-county will we do this much, and which sub-counties can we do something and keep, the burden low. So we must use our data and our stratification for decision making. You don't need a national survey to get this information. Your health facility data is sufficient for you to make your own local decisions. We are also looking at new tools and innovations for malaria elimination. We know that the tools we are currently using, insecticide resistance, is also come up. We have drug resistance, we have the rapid diagnostic test, resistance in wolves, and we also have new vaccines for malaria prevention. But how will we use this? What information, what policy decisions are required to ensure that when these come, we use them as appropriate to be impactful in our decision making? And I'm looking at the researchers. It's very nice to publish beautiful papers on all these interventions that are there. But what is the next step? Where would it be best to apply, sugar bait stations, for example? Where would it be best to apply new classes of insecticides when the funding is not sufficient to deploy it in all areas? These are the information that people at county level, at national level, need from you. Not just to say, this is available, this is new, this works, but where and how much of it is needed for it to work. Lastly, I would just like to make another strong case for us to move along the transmission continuum towards elimination. We don't want to paste, even at county level, with a broad brush and say this county is red, Bungoma is high burden, when we know there are 3 or 4 counties where it is low or zero transmission. We want to go up to sub-county level and identify which are the villages which are having problems, if that is possible, especially in the sub-counties where the transmission is low. At county level, which are the sub-counties that are having high burden, so that we know where to apply our focus and try to reach the targets that we want to reach. If we need to eliminate malaria because the benefits are not just to health. The benefits are not just personal, but they are also macroeconomic. The public health benefits is that people don't die. We have perinatal and neonatal survival rates. We improve anemia. And believe me, this is extremely important, particularly for school performance. Anemic children who have chronic parasite densities in school do not perform well. So if we can address this, either through malaria control or through control of soil-transmitted helminths, which is also a challenge in our area, then we give this kids a chance. We also, it's anemia itself and also malaria has cognitive developmental challenges for school children, whether they are very young or even in youth. So these are the benefits of why we should stay in our area. The economic benefits are there. Malaria, when you have malaria, you can't pack, whether it's for yourself or for your company. It also, this is where, we are happy, we do all these agricultural investments. When malaria goes up, you can't benefit from your agricultural investments. You won't harvest your rice because your workers are all sick. You can't harvest your sugarcane in time. But if we reduce the incidence, we reduce household expenditure on health, and we improve that household economic translates into macroeconomic benefits. And a household that is not suffering economic burden due to health issues will definitely thrive. Equity, the people who are most vulnerable, poverty, people living with HIV/AIDS, pregnant women, and the youngest children. These are the people who are at highest risk, either risk of getting the disease and also dying from the disease or having their poverty worsened. So please let us work towards eliminating malaria. Let us not be complacent with controlling and being satisfied to some acceptable level, because none of it is acceptable in reality. And why we need to eliminate malaria lastly. Kenya was part of the malaria eradication era in the 60s and 70s. And when you do something and you stop, malaria does come back. If you don't get to zero and keep it to zero, it comes back with a vengeance. And that vengeance gives you deaths. And when people die, then you lose a huge resource that could have kept that community going. So we have good evidence from other countries, but even from our own country, including Kisumu County itself, on what can happen when we try to get close to zero and then relax. We shouldn't do that. So we must sustain, keep that acceleration until we reach our goal. So in summary, let us remove this control elimination dichotomy. It does not exist in reality. In every country, in every areas, there are malaria transmission is on a continuum. And each of those areas can progress towards elimination at their own pace. So let us use the word burden reduction, waking up every day to say, okay, I was here, tomorrow I need to reduce to another level. Stratification helps program, classify geographical areas or localities, according to both epidemiological and social and economic determinants to guide malaria intervention. Elimination is country-led, and for the counties, you must own the process. No one from Nairobi is going to come and tell you how to do your elimination. It's a decision you have to make as a county and assign yourself, make yourself aware of what interventions are needed, use your intervention, ask for assistance, but you must drive it. You must be the ones driving your own county level political will to get elimination to be achieved. Finally, to achieve elimination, we need to focused, timely, and evidence-based implementation of effective intervention. And this has to be based on real-time data. You cannot use 2016 data to start making decisions on what to do on malaria control.
The co-chair is Dr. Michael Jackson Katende, MJ. I think I need to introduce you properly. My name is Doreen Othero Maloba. I'm a doctor of public health and health systems management and policy. Having worked at the East African community with Dr. Katende for close to 15 years, and also worked for USAID in global projects in Asia Pacific, in West Africa, Southern Africa, East Africa. But my mother and father institution is Maseno University. So in the program you'll see Maseno University. I'm here with Guru. I hope things are working well. My presentation is brief, and in the interest of time, I would like to thank the four speakers, starting with the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Hwale, Dr. Katende, and Dr. Juma for setting the stage for me, defining all the concepts, presenting facts, data, telling us about the initiatives, the Great Lakes Malaria Initiative, the Africa Leaders Malaria Alliance, and of course all that we have heard from WHO. And in my presentation, it's now time for us to reflect. So let's start reflecting. So I'll just quickly look at Sub-Saharan Africa a snapshot of malaria in sub-Saharan Africa, and then zero down to those challenges of policy implementation and make a few recommendations. So as we all know, there are 48 eligible, probably there are now 49 today, but as at yesterday there were 48 eligible countries in sub-Saharan Africa. That is the map. They are distributed in 4 regions. I'm not going to all those details, but majority, 34 out of developed countries. And you'll agree with me that malaria follows poverty. Or do I say poverty follows malaria? Which is which?
All of the above.
All of the above. So when we talk of 34 being least developed, Dr. Hwale, and we are talking of malaria, then we cannot link. And the population is not small. We are talking of 1.1 billion people in sub-Saharan Africa. So just a quick snapshot of malaria. There is something up there, a bar that is blocking some things. But what we are saying is that despite this disease being preventable and curable, it remains very worrisome in this region that I'm presenting about, sub-Saharan Africa. And by 2019, malaria had accrued over 229 million cases globally, but 29 countries in sub-Saharan Africa accounted for the majority, 95% of these cases. And that's the reason I'm concerned about this region. I have put there some percentages for some countries in sub-Saharan Africa. You can check and confirm. But what scares me most, and all of us, is that children under 5 years and pregnant women are the most affected by malaria. When Dr. Juma was talking about benefits of eradicating malaria or eliminating malaria, she said that it's not only for the Ministry of Health. If malaria is eliminated, then we are talking about growing economies. We are talking about achieving SDGs. We are actually talking about increasing industrialization, improving our GDPs, because a lot of people suffer from malaria every day. You can't go to work when you're sick with malaria. Children don't go to school. She has mentioned it. And when she was talking, I remembered this slide of mine. The policies that are developed for malaria, yes, they are serving the purpose of guiding prompt, effective, and of the disease. Remember the economic benefit of eliminating malaria, and therefore the need to develop and implement those policies properly. So all these countries in sub-Saharan Africa have policies and strategies of some kind, but the main problem is that implementation of these policies is faced with a myriad of challenges, and that is what I want to talk about now. So I have categorized challenges in policy implementation. These may not be the only ones. I know that in the room we have scientists, malariologists, professors of genetics. There are many challenges, and I want to mention that probably we are just the choir. And I will say later on why I'm saying we could be talking to ourselves as the choir. But I've divided the challenges into structural, inadequate inclusiveness in policy development, and this has been touched on by the previous speakers, unilateral or siloed policy implementation, vertical, financial resources, that has been mentioned by all the speakers, inadequate partnerships and collaborations. When Dr. Hwale, Dr. Katende were talking, I thought they had copied from my presentation, or probably I copied from your presentations. So looking at structural challenges, ladies and gentlemen, health infrastructure is critical in supporting policy implementation. My presentation is challenges on policy implementation. In sub-Saharan Africa, with those levels of poverty, then our health infrastructure is not good. And again, you saw it during COVID, during the COVID pandemic, when actually our hospitals didn't have even ICU beds, in sub-Saharan Africa. That's infrastructure. It has been mentioned about diagnostics. We do not even have enough beds. You go to some of the hospitals and patients are lying on the floor. They come in with malaria. They have nowhere to sleep. Malaria research is underfunded, though amplified in the policies. But when it comes to implementation of those policies, I'm not sure, Dr. Ahwale, if we have enough funds for doing all the research we need on malaria. Talking about human resources for health, and again, this was mentioned by one of the speakers. We cannot implement malaria policies when the human resources for health are not enough, when they are not fully and properly inducted on the policies. There is also a problem where there is high personnel turnover in government, and I'm glad that the county governments are represented here. Job rotations in critical positions. Those who have been inducted on malaria policies are moved to work elsewhere in the health facilities. But now the situation is worse in the rural areas where we have our communities. And again, communities have been praised here. During COVID, they did a wonderful job. But when it comes to infrastructure, that is where we have a problem. And therefore, we can't implement our malaria policies, beautiful as they are, properly. The next challenge I want to talk about is inclusiveness in policy development. If you like, somebody may want to call it inclusivity. Inclusivity. Mr. Chairman, I'm being disrupted here. Defend me. So public participation is a major prerequisite in development of When it comes to implementing policies, yes, we want private sector to work with us closely. Dr. Katende said it, Dr. Kwale said it. But how strong are they at the level of policy development? I said my presentation is for us to reflect. So I believe we are all reflecting on all these issues. So inclusivity in policy development for malaria elimination is a challenge. Unilateral or siloed. Peter, where is Peter? How can you remove that bar up there? Oh, it is there. Unilateral or siloed policy implementation. Silos, we all know silos. Or let me use the word vertical, like this, not horizontal. We have talked about multisectoral, from morning, 15 times I recorded. Can I ask a question? And I'm asking Professor Akira, I'm asking Professor Collins, I'm asking Dr. Kwale, there is a Professor Mukabana here in this room. Are we going to have any presentation from somebody from the environment sector, climate change sector, education sector? Are they there? I was going through the program and I thought I was blind. But when we have such a symposium, and we know very well that malaria is not a preserve of the health sector, then when we talk of the multisectoral approach, we need to make it practical. We should be hearing from environment what they are doing in terms of malaria elimination. And to me, that is the multisectoral approach. I'm an expert of multisectoral integrated approaches, maybe globally, without blowing my own trumpet. But it is wrong for us to sit here as the choir, the converted, and talk to ourselves. Moving forward, that forum you are planning for next year, Dr. Katende, make sure environment is there, agriculture is there, water, education, young kids who cannot go to school because of malaria. Let's hear from the education sector. What do they think about this elimination, about the policies, how the policies should be developed and implemented? So I'm talking about unilateral or siloed policy implementation, just like we have a siloed or unilateral symposium that is on a light touch. To prove this, an integrated multi-sector approach to vector control in Zambia actually showed remarkable reduction in the malaria burden in Zambia. You can Google and read, I can give you the link. And learning from China, in 2010, China developed their national malaria eradication program. Of course, we all know that China is malaria-free right now, and they developed an action plan. This program and action plan were endorsed by 13 ministries, health, and 12 others. And when they worked together, that is how China eliminated malaria. It cannot be eliminated by the Ministry of Health alone. So let us make this multi-sector approach operational and meaningful. Let me talk a bit partnerships and collaboration. That has been mentioned. Implementation of these policies requires partnerships and collaboration. Remember, my presentation is on policy implementation. Lessons will be learned when there is collaboration, be it South-South, North-South, North-North, collaboration among local, international, regional, or even different categories of experts. Risks will be avoided, mistakes will be mitigated. Again, I want to give an example of a project of China and Tanzania, 2015 to 2018. It had a huge impact on malaria control. I'm just winding up. And it led to 81% reduction in parasite prevalence in the intervention regions. So collaboration is very important. And as we speak now, some sub-Saharan countries have signed agreements with China so that they can copy what China did to be malaria-free. I will not overemphasize the issue of finance. It has been talked about. Governments must commit enough. Again, my last bullet is on China. I really love China and malaria. The country committed and gave $70 million. That is from the central government. And this continued despite the withdrawal of funding by the Global Fund in 2012 in China. So why can't the other countries in sub-Saharan Africa also commit money? In conclusion, implementation of malaria, now we are told not to use the word control, malaria elimination policies or reduction in sub-Saharan Africa is a major hindrance to eradication of that disease. There needs to be rigorous analysis during policy development, financial resources, human resources, and multi-sectoralism. All this, and I believe the right platform to do that is the one of Dr. Katende, Great Lakes Malaria Initiative, and the Alliance. And of course, our county governments in Kenya, and whichever platforms they are in the other sub-Saharan Africa countries. I have some recommendations, and that's my last slide. I was timing myself. I've used 12 minutes. Prudent financial commitment for malaria policy implementation by governments is critical. That cannot be overemphasized. A multi-sector approach to policy development and implementation is the way to go. I have explained that over and again. Resources will be leveraged, synergies will be built, evidence will be jointly generated, policy implementation will be jointly monitored. Number 3, strong collaboration between and among stakeholders. Number 4, meaningful stakeholder participation, especially communities. Remember the cow dung smoke. Number 5, sub-Saharan Africa countries should learn lessons from China and emulate their milestones. There's nothing wrong with learning, and I'm happy that some countries have signed agreements. Why not all of them? Why not all of them? Again, I'm sure I'm speaking to some people who can escalate this voice to a certain level. Finally, structural challenges of our health systems in policy formulation and implementation should be prioritized and mitigated. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to end my presentation by telling you something very strange. I've been around for very many years, around meaning when I was born. Very many years. I'm a grandmother of 4. Wow. I have never had a positive malaria test.
Calm down.
Not calm down. I was born in Busia County, which is a county that borders Uganda. I was raised there. I have suffered clinical malaria symptoms. I'm shivering, I'm vomiting. I have all those, temperatures. I go for tests, negative. And I would like the scientists here to tell me over coffee what's wrong with me, or whether you can use me for any experiments. I'm ready to give my blood. Thank you very much for listening to me.
that's Dr. Doreen for you. She has not changed, and I'm sure if she presents, you would like to continue listening in. Unfortunately, we have limited time. I'm sure she has generated many questions in your minds, but she has clearly made it easier to understand challenges with policy implementation. And I highlighted this in my presentation, and actually you have made it easier now for me in the next presentation. I'll put those things there. So thank you very much. I'm wondering whether to invite our next presenter, who is Dr. Acute Kesi. He's an epidemiologist. Don't hear they say former. But anyway, kindly say something about yourself. I would not like to attempt. Karibu. He said not Karibu, Karibu. You're welcome, Dr. Akit. Learning does not stop. Even at my age, I'm still learning, you know, so quite interesting. And he's talking to us about global malaria control and elimination progress, trends, and recent updates. Listen carefully and attentively. Good things are going to happen here. Karibu. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. I'm just waiting for the slides to show up. So in the meantime, my name is Acute Kesi, and I'm a medical doctor. I'm trained in clinical tropical medicine, and I've been working on malaria, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, for the last 22 years. I started my public health career at Ifakara when Ifakara used to be in Ifakara, not in Dar es Salaam, many years ago. And I also, the last 14 years, I worked with 27 different national ministries of health and national malaria control programs, 24 of them in sub-Saharan Africa. So thank you for inviting me to this session. And this is there is going to be a lot of overlap on what you've already heard from the previous speakers. So it is a basic update on the global malaria control and elimination. I'm just going to summarize the progress, trends, and updates, which you have heard from the previous speakers, but I'll try to systematically summarize them. And so I think the first one here, just basically a global technical strategy for malaria. You've seen a lot of, you've seen related slides. I'll just touch upon that. Then I'll talk about the progress, trends, and malaria case incidents and deaths from 2000 to 2020. And this will mainly be based on what the WHO Global Malaria Program produces every year. And it is a great thing to do that. It is the World Malaria Report. I was in touch with folks in Geneva about the upcoming World Malaria Report that is for this year. Our symposium is a few days ahead of them, so it'll be released on the 8th, and I hope it's not going to be very different from what it was last year. And then I'll provide you some update about a new WHO methodology and the global burden of disease and make some conclusions. So you've seen this a couple of times in the morning, and this is a very important document that has been endorsed twice in the World Health Assembly that sets the vision, goals, and milestones for attaining malaria elimination. And it is, again, a global technical strategy, and countries are free to set their own milestones and targets, and that's very important. And since you heard about this, in multiple talks this morning, I will not talk about it. So basically, this slide is on global trends in malaria case incidents, malaria mortality, malaria cases and deaths averted during the last 21 years. So first, I'd like to draw your attention on the graphic on the left. The blue line and dots on panel A depicts the global malaria cases per 1,000 population at risk. And the red lines and dots in panel B show the trends in malaria deaths per 100,000 population at risk of malaria. So what is readily observable is three distinct phases. You can see that from 2000 to... Do I have a mic? Okay. From three different phases, and there's dotted lines over there. So there is a trend from 2000 to 2015 where you see a gradual decline in malaria case incidence and malaria deaths, and then from 2015 to 2020 there is a plateau, and then there is an uptick from 2020 onwards. So basically, there's been substantial expansion of malaria control interventions, from 2000 onwards, which has contributed to, I'm saying we because I was part of the donor consortium when we were deciding 2015 as the baseline of our reporting. So when we were doing the baseline of 2015, we reported a 30% reduction in global incidence of malaria and a 47% decline in malaria mortality rates. So that was averting an estimated 4.3 million deaths. And as you may recall, we had this Millennium Development Goals then. So I think it was target 6C of the Millennium Development Goals, where we said we should have halted by 2015 and begun to reverse the incidence of malaria and other major infectious diseases. So based on the analysis that done in 2015, that goal was met, so which was amazing. However, the trend in malaria case and deaths has plateaued since 2016 to 2019 and has increased since 2020. Now, next, I'd like to, draw your attention to the graphics on the panel on the right side of the slide, panel C and panel D. What that is the number of malaria cases and number of malaria deaths averted during the last 21 years. So I think there's been a phenomenal progress. So 1.7 billion malaria cases were averted globally in the last 21 years. And 10.6 million deaths have been sort of averted due to the scale up of malaria control interventions. So next, similar to what you saw in the last slide, so in this slide I'll attempt to summarize the global progress in reducing malaria case incidence and malaria mortality, considering two scenarios. First, the current trajectory of trends, which is in shades of blue over here. And the second is the trends, for the GTS targets, which is in panel D. So as you can see, the panel C clearly shows that in 2020, the global malaria case incidence rate was 59 cases per 1,000 people at risk, against the target of 35, which is, so the target is off track by about 40%. And the global mortality rate was 15.3 deaths per 100,000 people at risk, against a target of 8.9, and this is off track by 42%. So this suggests that the global milestones for reducing malaria cases and deaths by 40% was not achieved in 2020. And if the current trajectory of trends holds, the 2025 milestones and the final 2030 targets is most likely to be missed, unless we do something substantial to sharply bend this curve. Okay, so next is, now I'd like to summarize trends in malaria cases, case incidence and mortality in the WHO Afro region for the same 21 years. So between 2000 and 2019, I think Afro region made a very good progress in reducing malaria burden. Malaria case incidence basically fell from 368 to 223, sorry. And mortality fell from about 150 to 56 deaths. So that's quite an impressive decline. However, in countries with moderate and high malaria transmission, the rate of progress has leveled off. And since 2015, and in 2020, disruptions to malaria services contributed to an uptick, which I will show in the next slide. So similar to the global scenario, the targets for 2020 was missed in the Afro region, and if the same trajectory holds, it will be missed for 2025 and 2030. So just a quick slide on the impact of malaria service disruptions during the COVID-19 pandemic. So there was, initially when we modeled the service disruptions, we really had a worst case scenario. Unfortunately, with concerted efforts of countries, we were able to avert the worst case scenario. So we believe there were only moderate sort of this malaria service disruptions for malaria, case management, LLI distributions, IRS, etc. And so there were 14 million more cases of malaria in 2020. Most of the increase was reported in the WHO Afro region. And there was an estimated 69,000 more malaria deaths in 2020. So, and 2/3, or 47,000 of the additional malaria deaths were due to disruption in, provision of malaria prevention, diagnosis, and treatment during this period. And the remaining third, that is the 22,000, comes basically from the new methods, which I will talk in a little bit. So basically, in sub-Saharan Africa, an estimated 12% increase in malaria deaths in 2020 compared to 2029. So this slide is to show the global trends in the distribution of malaria cases and deaths by country in the year 2020. And the reason why I have this slide is to elicit the importance of this region, East African community, the countries here, and DRC. And as Dr. Willis this morning alluded to, this region contributes to 25% of the both malaria case incidence and malaria mortality rate. So it is a very important reason to have regional initiatives such as the cross-border initiatives, etc. So just to elicit that. So, and I've highlighted the countries in the region in shades of yellow over there. This is also another way to look at why this area is important. This is, WHO has 11 countries where it says high burden, high impact countries. 3 of these are here in this region. It's Uganda, DRC, and Tanzania. And you can see, in these 3 countries, high burden, high impact countries, the trends for malaria cases and deaths are going up. So, yes, and now just a quick update on this. Everybody needs to know this. That's the reason I have this here. So in 2020, when WHO was writing this World Malaria Report, they came up with a new statistical model to calculate the number of malaria deaths among children under 5 years of age. So this is now being used across WHO and provides a more precise cause of deaths estimates for young children for all diseases, including malaria. So for a long time, the malaria community was doing their own math and computing the number of deaths that were averted or number of children saved. But at the end of the day, there is a larger sort of umbrella which accounts for child survival. So all these metrics are coming under that umbrella. So the methods has to be changed so that it could be used together with other causes of malaria death. So that's a paper published in The Lancet in 2019, and And that shows, and I think in Dr. Juma's slide, I think I saw that malaria now accounts for about 7.8% of all cause under 5 mortality rate. And that is, to at least 3 percentage point above what was believed or what the old model computed. So this model is showing a higher malaria mortality share, or the share of malaria is about 8%. And this is another way to look at. So here's the blue line is the sort of new method, and the old line, the old method is the gray line here. They show the same trend, and it is purely because of the modeling that the magnitude of change is different, but the trends are not. So basically, whatever method you use, malaria went up in 2020. So that's it. And then, like when things change and methods change, then people are not comfortable with it. So here is a letter or an exchange in the Lancet that I found, some time ago. So there was a letter from Professor Nick White, and it said, "Have we really failed to roll back malaria?" And then the graphic here, this one, which shows the different covers of the World Malaria Report, is buried in the appendix, but I pulled it out just to illustrate the point. So every year or so, WHO changes methods for estimating malaria cases and deaths. So basically, in 2016, they said 429,000 deaths, right? And so on and so forth. So basically, there's no change. If you just compare the numbers from each of the report, it hasn't changed. And then people are asking WHO to, be more consistent with their methods, so that, especially when we go and explain this to policymakers or political leaders, we need to go there with a consistent message. We can't, go and say, oh, we've changed the method, so this year we have more, and last year we had less. So that's a dialogue that's happening, but irrespective of that, so basically one take-home point for this is, like, if you want to compare trends, you just need to pull out all your numbers from one report. You cannot compare malaria deaths number from the 2020 report and 2016 report. That cannot be done because the methods were completely different. So this is the reason. So there is a false sense that it is not changing, and that's what the authors illustrated. And Noor, I think, from GMP answered and said that, well, we have to do this because the modeling changes because the quality of data changes. And that influences what kind of models needs to be used. Because there is a data improvement initiative all over. Sometimes the data are good, sometimes they are not. So you have to do X many corrections to come up with these estimates. So that is the reason it changes, and that is unavoidable. But the take-home message should be that you cannot compare, numbers from each report. It has to be from the same report. But what Noor and I think Pedro said here was the message for malaria is clear. Progress has stalled from 2015, and it has even gone up since 2020. So basically, the conclusion is the biggest achievement in the last 21 years was 1.7 billion malaria cases were averted. 10.6 million malaria deaths have been averted. But malaria case incidence and mortality have plateaued since 2015. We also saw an uptick. I won't go through these numbers. Basically, we are at a very difficult situation with the donor communities because there is beginning to be a donor fatigue. They've been giving money, and then every year they hear the money is not enough. And I have been part of the donor community, and it's not easy to carve out money. And I heard almost on all the presentation today, domestic funding. I think that is a key. I think that there has to be a way to leverage on domestic funding for malaria. And then if you have domestic funding for malaria, you're not relying on donors. I mean, that empowers your program a lot. You don't have to play by the donor playbook. So the bottom line is, unless countries come up with substantial donor funding, substantial domestic funding, it's going to be a challenge to eliminate malaria. So with that, I'll just conclude, and sorry, it's a long session for all of you, so maybe I'll take it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Casey. I think that was well done, and I'm sure you have questions. So the question again is, do you grab the coffee and come up with the questions, or do we do the questions and we grab the coffee? I think that let's do the coffee first, but we use maximum 15 minutes, including the serving time. 20 minutes to take the coffee, 10 minutes, 5 minutes for serving. Let's try to make use of this little time we have, but also remember to network in the same 15 minutes. And we'll be back for the next session. We'll have questions, then the next session. Hand over the overall chair. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate the session chairs who are Dr. Michael Katende, Dr. MJ Katende, and Professor Kira Kaneko. Let's give them an applause.
We want to check if our keynote speaker is online. Professor Salim Abdullah, if you can confirm that you're online. He has made substantial contribution as well in terms of leadership. So he's been director of the Malaria Health Institute from 2008, I guess, up to 2016. And is well known for his contribution across bed nets, vaccine development for first generation LRTSS, but also formulation of pediatric and adult coaterm treatments. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Salim Abdullah to share with us. You have 20 minutes. I'll probably give you a segment there, 3 minutes to your head of your presentation.
So I didn't get the instructions, so I hope it's my turn to present challenges and the future prospects. I think from the previous presentation, I'll have to say where we are under control. So my initial slides would be, I'll go over them very quickly. So the first issue, everybody knows that current status based on the report from last year from WHO. The simple message is that the progress that we have seen over the last few years has stalled, and we are far behind in terms of the investments that we wanted to see in order to increase the space of malaria control, especially in Africa. The report also highlights the issue about disruptions that occurred because of COVID. And although there were some disruptions related to COVID, overall the picture didn't change significantly in terms of the number of cases that we have seen and the progress towards reducing the burden of cases that have been seen in Africa. Furthermore, the report also highlights a trend that is interesting. If you look at the mean age of kids that are getting malaria, the mean age has been increasing. And this has been described before in multiple places where malaria control has been successful. The burden of disease starts to shift from younger, very young kids to older age group. So this says that overall there is progress, and the progress is translating into older and older kids getting the disease. Also, this indicates that for the future, the interventions need to be more spread beyond the initial first 2 years of life. So clearly, new interventions that will be implemented will need to cover a broader age range than what has been done before. This is the picture of, also from the WHO report, on the use and uptake of ITNs and also use and uptake of IRS. On the panel on the left is showing about ITNs used in the community. And it clearly indicates that the ITN use, the coverage of ITN use has peaked and now is declining. Clearly, there needs to be more efforts to improve the coverage of ITNs and keep the pace at which this intervention is being implemented. On the right panel, it shows the user coverage of IRS. And even for IRS, there has been a declining trend of the use of IRS over time. And this is mainly because of the difficulty in deploying this type of intervention in a large scale. Clearly, so new interventions are needed that are easy to deploy in the community, that are cheap, and that small groups of the communities can take on and implement for the future. This is also a graph that has already been shown, clearly stating that if we continue as business as usual, the likelihood is that we'll be far behind what has been projected as the technical strategy target for reducing malaria. This is a figure from Africa, and it will be far behind. Clearly, there is a prospect for us to improve the situation, but to improve the situation, we have to do things slightly different. And this is what I wanted to discuss briefly today about what things can be done differently. So the first aspect is we will continue with the use of insecticide both in bed nets as well as in areas. And the question is whether we can improve the situation by mixing of the different insecticides that are used. The panel on the left is happened when IRS was mixed with bed nets open illicit glass. And the panel on the left shows that the combination did not really improve the situation. By the way, this data is from experimental hatch trials, and it's not from field experiment. And then on the panel on the right, it's showing chlorophenol combination in lemons, and the use of that insecticide both as IRS or incorporated in the I have to say that the field trials of this combination have already been conducted, and we anticipate that the results will be out very soon, if not already out there, showing that there is some benefit of combination. The only issue is that we'll have to be careful about which combinations we put in the system and clearly define those combinations that will result in the added value of the mixing of the different insecticides. There's also a debate about the mix of RS and bed nets, and whether the combination of RS and bed nets makes it a huge additional value, yes or no. I think it depends on which insecticides have been used and the background resistance of the mosquitoes that are in a particular area. There are also new types of vector control interventions that are coming out. This is data from the use of spatial repellent from C.G. Jensen, worker from Indonesia, clearly showing that the spatial repellents have an effect when you consider only air clusters with high transmission potential. And the data was not statistically significant when you include all the clusters that were there. And there is data that is going to come out of Africa also on this type of product. Apart from spatial repellents, there are other type of new vector control devices, including sugar-baited traps and so on that will come. So the question is whether we will be experienced enough to roll out these new types of interventions to try and kickstart the process of rapid reduction of malaria in our endemic areas. Another issue that has been discussed already extensively, the need for stratification. And really the fact that even this is the case I'm from Tanzania, so even in Tanzania we say this is a high value country, but it's not everywhere. So if we can focus our attention and efforts in areas where there is high value, you get better mileage for the investments that you have. Even in the pictures on the right from Zanzibar, where extensive malaria control has been done, and still you find clusters that have high transmission compared to other clusters that have almost no transmission at all. So what can we do in these places? This is, as you may know, a lot of work has been done on mass drug administration in some areas, and the conclusion was that the mass drug administration in areas of moderate to high transmission will not give a big benefit. And so for us, a program of work was implemented in the treaty as part of the already mentioned China-Africa Malaria collaboration to do the work, similar work but slightly different. And that is to identify on a regular basis areas where there's high number of cases are coming to the FCH, and going to those areas and screening people and treating those people. And this is the work that was published in 2020, showing that in intervention areas, we distributed bed-nets, but we also treated individuals in the community. And in the control areas, we distributed new bed-nets, but we did not do community treatment in those areas. So the panel on the left is showing that in the areas highlighted in star, Ikwiriri and Chumbi, where these are the intervention areas, there was a massive reduction of parasite prevalence. This is all the way 6 months after the intervention was implemented. So at least for over 6 months, this intervention did manage to reduce the burden of malaria in this community based on a before and after South. And on the panel on the right, we also analyzed whether this type of intervention did impact the number of cases that were seen in health facilities. So the assessment was done an incidence ratio of clinical cases between those areas where the intervention was implemented and those that were not implemented, and clearly showing that the intervention did reduce the number of cases that came to a health clinic during the period after the intervention was implemented. And this effect lasted more than 5 weeks or in the intervention areas compared to the community area. Clearly showing that this approach may be another way in which this type of intervention could be implemented to fast-track reduction of burden of disease in areas. There is still a debate whether testing or treatment for this type of approach is the best approach, or mass drug administration type of intervention will be better suited for identifying hotspots and clearing those hotspots as an intervention. First generation malaria vaccine, we know that there was over 2.4 million doses that have been distributed and over 830,000 kids vaccinated. And this was done in 3 countries. The anticipation is that we would scale up the intervention to more countries. But basically, this is the information that we already know from the phase 3 trials that were done using RTSS, showing that on the left panel the vaccine efficacy is of the moderate vaccine efficacy, but on the panel on the right showing the number of cases averted clearly in the centers where the incidence of malaria is high. This moderate vaccine efficacy translates to a huge improvement in the number of cases abated, as well as number of severe cases that have been abated. So in deployment of the RTSS, if it is implemented in areas where there is high transmission, we anticipate that there will be a huge impact on the number of cases and reduction of the number of severe cases and deaths. Another work that was done by Chandramohan and others, looking at CHC, the panel on the right, clearly showed that if you take SNC alone, or you take vaccination with RTSS alone, you get similar results. But if you combine RTSS with SNC, you get a massive impact. So this data highlights the need for us to look more creatively about the way we deploy interventions. And some of these interventions, when combined, they would have a much higher, much bigger impact. Last thing I want to talk about, because we talked about drugs that are used for SNC, I already mentioned about the use of drugs for treatment of community cases as a strategy where you highlight hotspots of malaria and go and treat them. And the biggest question is about what commodities will be used. And here there are 2 areas where I see improvements and prospects. One is the combination of long eliminating drugs that are under development with MNV and so on. And the other is the development of monoclonal antibodies that have already been tested in challenge models as well as in the field. And this is just an example of the second generation L9LX from NIH, showing that first, what is exciting that if you compare IV administration, the panel A on the left, with the green one with 5 mg per kilo
health sciences. And I'm a trained medical doctor, and I'm a specialist in infectious diseases. So my talk today is about malaria case management challenges. Is it okay? That is a very short introduction, but I have a number of publications, so you can read a lot about myself and my own. So I've collaborated with people in East Africa, mainly Kenyans, from Kwale County to Kisumu here. So some of my work I'll be presenting will be coming from the data which we worked together. So I will start with talking about the current situation of malaria decline in Africa, and as presented by former presenters, Professor Achut and others, they've clearly shown that there's a decline of malaria, but now we are seeing a slight increase of the trend. But where are the reservoirs of malaria infections? And who has just finished to talk, Professor Salim Abdullah, he has indicated even in Tanzania the picture is not uniform. But so the same picture which we are seeing in Tanzania, maybe it's the same picture which is seen in other parts of Africa. Malaria is changing from children to school-age children. So this figure which we are seeing now is from school-age children and non-asymptomatic participants who are bringing their children to primary healthcare facilities in Bagamoyo. So we clearly shown that we don't see parasites from using conventional tools, but a lot of parasites which we see are submicroscopic. So maybe this would address maybe one of the questions from Doreen, who wondered why she's always seen not with malaria infections. But maybe the other test which we can confirm is to have mosquito feeding studies. We take your blood and then we feed the mosquito, and then we see whether transmission or whether oocysts will be formed in the gut of mosquitoes or not. So this has been possible in Bagamoyo. We had shown that even people who have negative gametocytes by conventional method, even with PCR, we were able to show that some of them could have oocysts developing after infecting lab-reared mosquitoes. So it's not when we are not seeing anything from conventional tests that we don't have malaria, especially if you are coming from a very high endemic and a high transmission area like Kisumu. So the talk of today was mainly on to cover these key discussion points on drug policy, malaria diagnosis, treatment, resistance monitoring, and the supply chain management. So I may not talk on everything because time may not allow, and also I may not have capacity to cover everything. But these are the key points identified by WHO which may contribute to poor uptake of malaria. Case management is one of the core interventions. So it's good that Doreen, you started to talk about drug policy. So this is affected by a number of factors. First, from policy formulation, I think that's where you dwelt a lot, but also there are challenges when you are implementing the policy. So when you look on the policy guideline, there are so many things which are recommended on the document, but many countries, and not only one, almost all sub-Saharan Africa, we just pick a few of them to implement for different reasons. So one of them could be use of guidelines. We decide maybe now we are using ACT to treat malaria, and there are a number of ACT which are recommended, but many countries, they are only procuring one ACT. So this is something which we clearly see. Then we have enforcement agents you not mention, like in Tanzania we have TMDA, Tanzania Medical and the Devices Authority. When you are doing clinical trials to register maybe new products, once you go and you visit, I don't know the name here in Kenya, but they are very hard to work with them.
It's very difficult to get through when you are registering your study until it goes through. Not only for malaria, even for other clinical trials of other infectious diseases. So this is one of the areas. Then the other issue which comes is like recommendation when there's resistance which is already known, maybe for SP, sulfadoxyphylmethamine. There are many reports which show that this medicine is failing, but it is still in use. There's another issue of introducing primaquine in areas of slow malaria transmission. So it is there in the WHO guideline, even in our national strategic plans and the treatment guidelines, but very few countries are implementing, and if they're implementing maybe in few areas, then there are so many unknowns why it is not implemented as it is supposed to be. So the other common issue which other presenters also have talked is about malaria diagnosis, because in the past, I think it was Professor, the Vice Chancellor, you said that when you were a child, you knew that malaria is equal to fever. But recently, from 2010, there was a new recommendation that every person should be tested first before he receives antimalarial drug. So the recommendation was on use of parasitological-based tests. And the test which we have a rapid diagnostic test, which does not need a lot of training, and the use of microscope. So you could see that over years, from 2010, there's scale up use of rapid diagnostic tests. And the tests which we are using, they are mainly based on histidine-rich protein 2. So someone talked about resistance of parasite to this histidine-rich protein 2 because of gene deletion. So parasites somehow have learned how to avoid being recognized. So this is one issue which is there, but it is not uniformly everywhere. So I think it is mainly reported in the Horn of Africa, but many parts of Sub-Saharan Africa, the problem is not very high as well it is supposed to be. So this one we saw in Bagamoyo to be less than 1%, but I don't know in Kenya because there's a lot of variation. The other issue of diagnosis which can be a challenge is the use of a microscope. So a microscope is introduced from secondary schools, when students are in high schools doing biology, they are using microscope. But this is the most difficult thing to do, how to detect parasite by use of microscope. So the problem is varying from one part to another part of country or region like East Africa. So a recent certification course in Tanzania showed that there was very poor use of microscope when you are using different levels of competence which are defined by WHO, from detection of parasite, species identification, and accounting parasites. So they were labeled A, B, C, D. And before intervention, it was blue. We saw that many one of the figures from Africa, which is showing the discrepancy between diagnosis and the testing of malaria and the use of ACTs. Initially, there was a wide gap in the ratios, but over time, it has improved, but it is not to the perfect level. So recent data from Tanzania also gives the same picture. the discrepancy between testing. You see there, we said now malaria is going down, but use of antimalarial drug has not changed. So clinicians, even patients, they are asking. So I don't know, Doreen, when they said you have no malaria, were they giving you antimalarials or they were not giving?
They were giving me, and I recovered.
So maybe it's one of the reasons. So you see a chart like this one coming from many health facilities in Africa, or in sub-Saharan Africa. The other issue was on if this one can be done also by monitoring drug use. So there was one study conducted in different areas, health facilities in Tanzania, from facilities located to high, moderate, and low transmission. So this is what we are seeing. When people are prescribed medicine at formal health facilities, and when they are given medicine from informal health facilities, you see when many people in informal facilities, like small drug shops, or duka and dawa, or in the rural areas, you see they are given medicine without testing, especially if they are private facilities. So you gave medicine to someone who did not take food, while the medicine is supposed to be taken with some fatty food. And when we talk about ACT failures, most is because of the partner drug. ACT is a combination of two medicines. So artemisinin usually is working, but there may be failure of the partner drug like lumefantrine or SP, then there's failure of ACT. So these are some of recent recommendations by WHO on how to respond to antimalarial drug resistance in Africa, because there are reports of markers of drug resistance in neighboring areas of Rwanda. I don't know about Uganda, but many clinical trials now we are seeing markers of artemisinin resistance emerging in a number of sites, but still the drug is efficacious. So these are the proposed interventions. And mainly these are to do with how do we improve case management. One of them is strengthening surveillance, which was of antimalarial drug efficacy and resistance. We know each endemic country like Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and the other East African countries, they have national program and they are responsible working with research institutions on monitoring antimalarial drug efficacy. We need also to optimize and better regulate the use of diagnostic and therapeutic. So this is a problem which we have seen is one of the challenges. We need to react to resistance by limiting the spread of antimalarial drug resistance parasites. So it's a broad statement, but it is several steps to take. So there are issues of simulated research and innovation to better leverage existing tools and to develop new tools against resistance. So there are a number of studies. I think Salim talked about monoclonal antibodies. There are issues of use of triple ACT, which I'll talk later. And these are some of the strategies which can be used to reduce the drive of drug resistance, which are indicated in the drug on the WHO response to antimalarial drug resistance. I think it is not seen from the upper part. But if you want to assess the situation of resistance in your area, these are the points to consider. The other part which I wanted to talk is about emergence of drug resistance, which was initially reported in 2008 in Southeast Asia. This is characterized by slow clearing infection in the area. So if you are collecting blood samples over time, you will see some delay in clearance of parasitemia. Usually in our clinical trials, we can assess that from the first day of study up to day 4. If you see slow clearance of parasite, maybe one of the indications. So there are parameters or limits of detection which have been specified by WHO. So this is the first report in Southeast Asia, and now we are seeing a similar picture in some parts of Africa. In this slide, this is a study which was done in Tanzania, partly in Bagamoyo, and then there was another study site in Kenya, and I think it was in Kisumu by Ogutu and his team.
Dr. Omar, but I think he's supposed to do the online presentation, but I don't see he's in Zoom. So maybe we can skip him and then we can find another spot later. So we want to proceed to Professor Kaneko, Akira Kaneko from Osaka Metropolitan University. He will talk about briefly brief about the satellite project which we are running in Mobile County.
I'd like to introduce and overview our our satellite project that is supported by Japanese government, JICA and EMS. And the title is Interdisciplinary Research for Integrated Community-Directed Strategy for Sustainable Freedom from Malaria. I'd like to start from Vanuatu since 1987, so 35 years ago. Are you born? So, where is Vanuatu? Vanuatu is in the Pacific. There are many island countries, but only 3 countries are malaria now. That is Papua New Guinea, Solomon, and Vanuatu. And the highest burden in Vanuatu, Papua New Guinea, and there is called Buxton line. That is a limit of Anopheles mosquito breeding and malaria. Breadfruits, yam, manioc. I have worked with community toward malaria elimination. So I'm happy today. It's a lot of people said community. That is a really key word. So previously we saw various malaria infection and disease. And this is 1987 when I went to Vanuatu first time. So this shows, so Vanuatu got independent 1980. And healthcare system focus more in rural health. Then annual examination rate is dramatically increased. And then 1980s, we can see very stable annual. That is, I like to say, as high as Papua New Guinea nowadays, or tropical Africa. So, but within 35 years, it become a very close elimination. So, Anechim Island is the southernmost island in Vanuatu. And I started the Anechim project in 1991. So, 1955, first global malaria eradication program, that is rely on very much DDT spray, and end up 1969. And that project tells us no magic bullet for malaria elimination. But so after that, malaria case and death is increased dramatically. So it's a very pessimistic time in 1991. But in small island, elimination can be feasible with existing tool at that time. So the strategy is well-adapted short-term MDA, sustained vector control, and high degree of community participation. And it works well. And we sustained malaria freedom for 30 years up to now. So then this program tells international community about the proof of concept of malaria elimination. So MDA, daily monitoring and recording of adverse events by community. And the impregnation of mosquito nets by community. At that time, no LLIN. And this is 1991 to 1999. Each year, we can check all islanders on that island. So before MDA, so blue is P. falciparum and red is P. vivax. So before MDA, lot of parasite and seasonally fluctuated. After MDA, P. falciparum disappeared and never come back up to now. But P. vivax remained about 5 years. That is mainly due to hypnozoid in the liver, the relapse. So then there's a risk of malaria importation to this small island. So we set up surveillance by community microscopists on each island since 1993. They did active case detection for all arriving passengers and also passive case detection for fever case in communities. So this is their report. So actually, vivax and north part of island, submicroscopic P. vivax infection is focally remained. So then this is a COVID case in Vanuatu. So this is 2020, January to October 2022. So only January this year, they got the first wave of corona. But after that, malaria increase is now locally reported. So fight against malaria
administrator, and worked with the ASARECA, the regional body for strengthening agricultural research in East and Central Africa. I've also worked with the ICIPE, and most of my work has been in the area of capacity building and the policies development for science, technology, and innovation. But a lot has been around biosafety, implementation in the area of agricultural biotechnology, as well as medical entomology. So, so I'm going to talk about the legal and regulatory frameworks guiding research on genetically modified mosquitoes in the East and in the West African Community region. This is the region where we are now working, but we also work in West Africa, mainly in the Ghana, Burkina Faso, Mali, and we also in Cape Verde, but our activities in Cape Verde have gone down because it was declared a malaria-free country. So I'll concentrate on East Africa because this is where we are basing a lot of our operations. Basically, we are a not-for-profit research consortium. Our consortium includes scientists in various disciplines. We also have risk and regulatory and community engagement advisors. And we also work with teams from different African countries. As I've mentioned, we work also with laboratories in Europe and North America. On those areas that are indicated in the map, we have activities in Mali, we have activities in Cape Verde, activities in Burkina Faso, in Ghana, and in Uganda. So the purpose of the objectives of our work is basically to develop and share novel genetic technologies for vector control, addressing particularly Anopheles mosquito approach as a complementary tool to existing methods, which is sustainable and in the long term cost effective. The third objective is to reduce the population of the mosquitoes that transmit malaria, and therefore reduce the transmission of malaria parasite through genetic modification of malaria mosquitoes. Our approach as a consortium is built on three pillars. The first one is science, the next one is regulatory affairs, and stakeholder engagement. Now, this topic about genetically modified mosquitoes is a very emotive topic, and here in Kenya it is now it's trending. It's trending because I think the parliament just lifted the ban on the importation of genetically modified foods, but elsewhere in Africa and in the world at large, people are not comfortable about the subject of genetic modification, and they have raised a lot of ethical issues. So it's a very difficult subject to talk about, and in most cases, what happens is that people believe that we are doing something that is unknown, and we are entering into an area where there's going to be a lot of risk. So my presentation this morning, this afternoon, is to lay down the foundation for where we are working now. because we are not just operating out of the blue. We are following guidelines that have been established at the international level, at the African Union level, at the East African community level, and also within the country policy and regulatory environment that has been established. So we are following the legally established order. And therefore, I just wanted to just make this presentation to allay the fears of many people that this is a technology which is not well, marked out for implementation. And then touching base with the technology that we are undertaking, we have, from the very onset, decided that we shall use a phased approach, where we go through different phases, and as we go through different phases, we collect information that informs the next phase, up to the time when we shall have sustainable releases of genetically modified mosquitoes that will be able to suppress the population of the malaria-carrying mosquitoes. And so, releases, these were genetically modified, but they don't have a gene drive. Then we are now in the phase where we are using the male bias mosquitoes under contained use. This one also does not contain a gene drive, but it is genetically modified. And then from that point, we shall go into the gene drive, which will actually be genetically modified, but having that element where it can spread naturally in the population and be able to establish scientific data, biological data, life tables data was collected. Now, in the current phase, we are doing some work on the male biased species ratio in the offspring, and what we want to establish is the transient impact on mosquito population. And then when we get that data, perhaps in the next 1 or 2 years, we'll be able to go to the long-term sustainable impact using the self-sustaining gene drive mosquitoes. But as I say this, there's a lot of work which is going on in many, many laboratories across African countries. In Uganda, we have the Uganda Virus Research Institute. In Burkina Faso, in Ghana, and then in Europe, information that will inform our strategy. So, as I said earlier on, we are following international guidance, governance for the research. And some of the instruments that we're using emanate from the key legislative instruments that have been developed at the international level. We have the Convention on Biological Diversity, which was developed way back in 1992. And this convention has biennial meetings where every time they update the information on genetically modified organisms. In fact, in the next 3 weeks, starting tomorrow, there will be meetings of the Convention on Biological Diversity in Montreal, where they are going to deliberate on the new findings that will inform risk assessment for the releases of all the genetically modified organisms, in which mosquitoes is inclusive. Under that convention, there's the Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits. Now, this convention addresses some of the fears which the countries are currently having. For example, when they exchange genetic materials for research, and if something good comes out of it, to what benefit will they have? And then we also have the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety, which is also held biannually, and it will be discussed at the same time with the CBD in Montreal. And this one has an important supplementary protocol called the Nagoya Kuala Lumpur Supplementary Protocol on Liability and Redress. Again, many countries are concerned about the safety aspects, and they are laying it down that if there's harm to the environment when you introduce these new species, these new organisms. And then we also guided by a number of international guidance materials. WHO has done very good work and has produced a guidance framework for testing genetically modified mosquitoes. And this one is helping the capacity building of the laboratories where this work is going on. On top of that, we have under the CPD guidance materials like the risk assessment frameworks. So the scientists working in the laboratories to develop these strains of genetically modified mosquitoes follow those guidance materials to develop the data that will support the applications to release these materials. And then I think it was our colleague Doreen who talked about environment. Environment is, the environmental sector is very, very important, especially with regard to genetically modified organisms. And the IUCN has also weighed in and developed some guidelines on gene-drive mosquitoes. And therefore, we hope that some of those guidelines will be able to apply to the work that we are doing. And then OECD has developed consensus documents for the biology. I think the earlier one was on Aedes mosquitoes, and now it has developed one for Anopheles. Now, all these guidance materials give us the confidence to move forward, because when we are doing the work in the lab, we must benchmark with the work that has been done with the wild species. If you find that the genetic model
Thank you, this session chairs, for running the session and for the speakers came to the time. Now it's my pleasure to just request you to get back to your seats. And let's thank all of us for keeping. I want to try to manage the lunchtime a little bit. It's 13:43 according to my time. We are almost catching up with the time that we lost in the morning. So if we can try to do a 30 minutes lunch. Unless it is burning, I can give maybe 1 or 2 burning questions. But usually I avoid the discussion because it extends into other questions and other questions. But there's a Q&A at the end of the day, unless the speakers are running away. There's a whole session. Okay, just one burning question. Can I take one? Because now you've insisted.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'm sorry for insisting.
That's fine.
My question is for Dr. Mugoya on the genetically modified mosquito. Dr. Mugoya, as a member of the public, I would have really loved to understand the value of this mosquito, what it will do that the other ordinary mosquitoes don't do, so that I can understand how it is going to eliminate malaria. And I think the reason why you may face hurdles is because the public does not understand the importance of this new mosquito. In 1 second, kindly.
Thank you very much. The value of this mosquitoes, is modified mosquitoes, is that when they mate with the wild population, they will create sterile offspring. So they will suppress the population of Anopheles, the one that we are targeting. It's only one species that we are targeting, and therefore all the other mosquitoes will be abundantly available as usual, but they will not be able to transmit malaria in the way we know it. And we are doing studies to understand the contribution of Anopheles gambiae to the ecosystem services. So we we have done studies so far that indicate that there's very marginal contribution to ecosystem services in terms of their presence in the environment, how some people even allege that they contribute to pollination, and we have established that those assertions are not really true. So even if we suppress, we will not be able to eliminate Anopheles glandiae. We will just suppress it because the technology does not bring about 100% elimination. It brings about at least 90%. So if we can do that, then we know that the malaria transmission is going to be reduced because that's the main culprit.
Yes, so when this sterile Anopheles that will have been produced feeds on me, feeds on my blood as a meal, first of all, the mosquito will inject what it has fed in me and then feed. So there's no risk of cancer?
Absolutely. Now, we have done pathways to harm, and the study of all the pathways to harm through any lateral transmission mechanisms is zero. So there's no way that there will be elements that will be of the genetic modification, because genetic modification is very precise in its action. So there's no pathway and interaction in terms of harm that may be occasioned by the GM mosquito.
Yeah. Yes, I told you the question and answer session might end up into something else. And you know, I always fear this thing when people start talking about genetic modification, because I'm right inside the genetic modification field, and there are all those different types of fear. But let's hear what.
Yeah, so thank you. It's a very interesting topic. Genetically modified mosquitoes, generate a lot of interest. They make a lot of interest in the general press, and often, we are asked, what impact does it have on malaria transmission? So, is there any data suggesting that after you release the genetic mosquitoes, that it actually has any transmission reduction?
All we have done now is modeling. Through modeling studies, we know that it will have a significant impact on the transmission.
Dixon Betojera, he works at the Ifakara Health Institute. We're very privileged to have him here. So, Dixon, you might say one or two things about yourself and proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Again, my name is Dixon Betojera. I work for Ifakara Health Institute. My background is medical entomology. I've been involved in different interventions. Within the 15 years I've been working in this space. From bednets and website. But today I'll be sharing with you some of the work I've been doing on the website. In my presentation on demonstrating the impact of auto-dissemination or mosquito-assisted larviciding as a complementary malaria intervention in rural Tanzania. Probably know auto-dissemination, but in simple words, mosquito-assisted larviciding. Again, I guess a lot of speakers have indicated that there is a momentum or sort of a spirit within a global space toward malaria elimination, but also eradication. And the Lancet report in 2019 clearly indicated that this is an affordable mission, feasible and worthwhile pursuing. But again, there is some challenges that we need to address as we are traversing through that pathway. And some of them is insect resistance, outdoor transmission, but as well as financial investment challenges. We all know that Bednet has done a very wonderful job. It's one of the two major vector control tools that has contributed nearly 1% of malaria transmission if you look at the publication that was published by BAT in 2015. But with even those success, we know that there is a challenge around insect resistance. Mosquito also feeding on mud balls, apart from human that are protected by the Bennets. There is also feeding at early hours outdoor as well. And again, even when you have 95, 98% coverage, you still see that the usage is around the 60%. So there is also compliance issues. And those is call for innovative tools, not only to the existing one toward improving them, but also looking at other avenues that can control mosquitoes. It was indicated that if we don't address insect resistance, we can add up to 220,000 deaths on an annual basis. So it's very important to look at some of these threats. So what are the possible avenues that we can look at? Dr. Mgoya indicated some of them as well. What it is a gene drive, but in this case I'll be looking at lopsiding. This has been sort of an old technology, but it has done substantial progress in terms of malaria control. It was quite useful in Brazil, in Europe, you look in US, in Israel. But then the global momentum toward this tool for malaria control has been sort of lagged behind, and then we all focus on some of these famous tools, Bedmet and RIS. But I think a lot of African countries are starting adopting this as a possible intervention for malaria control. So even with that, when you see African population where most of urban cities, 80% is informal settlements, and again the population growth is outstripping the infrastructure development, you realize relying on people who are treating breeding habitats, they can't discover those breeding habitats. Some of them are behind our fences, people can't find them. Then there is a poor coverage with lopsiding. But again, we're trying to address what's the best way to address these tools, and auto-dissemination is when it's coming. That's why I termed it as complementary toward conventional lopsiding. So auto-dissemination by definition is relying on mosquitoes to distribute insecticide to the breeding habitat that they know best. Mosquitoes, not every water body is a breeding habitat, but mosquitoes knows where they should place their eggs to maximize their productivity. And you are relying on that behavior to see if you can cover the breeding habitat that cannot be identified by humans. Again, this was first demonstrated by Greg Devine in 2009, where he covered only 4% of Sentinel Aedes breeding habitat and achieved to kill up 98% larvae, but also preventing other teenagers. But again, as I said, we rely on mosquito to distribute insecticides. Should we rely on mosquito distributing BTI or what else? I think when you talk of lopsiding, the most known one has been BTI. But in this case, we've been looking at pyroproxfen. And this is a juvenile hormone analog, and it mimics one of the very important hormones that are responsible for mosquito metamorphosis. There's two hormones apart from juvenile hormone, we have also archidicin hormone. And what it does, it acts at a very minute orthobrethal dose, and it is formulated in such a way that that powder can be picked up by mosquitoes on their tassels, and as they go to the breeding habitats, when they land on water, they can actually distribute that dose. But pyroproxfen is not only juvenile hormone analog, there's also other hormone that has been tested within a different research group. There is methylpyrin, diflubenzone, nevirolone, and tamifos. Methylpyrin and pyroproxfen, they are all juvenile hormone analog, but the other ones are benzydiphenide compounds. The beauty of pyroproxfen is, as you see, is quite active at very low dose. It's quite specific, and it has a longer persistence if you compare to other lopsiding that we've been using. And apart from pyroproxfen, we've been also looking at how nevirolone performs. So in the future, when you are rolling out pyroproxfen via auto-dissemination, you want to have another compound that you can be put in rotation to make sure that you address resistance issues. So I'll be sharing some of the work we did in the semi-free systems and how that informs some of the things we're planning to do in the field. So the first thing I did is, can anopheles mosquitoes be able to auto-disseminate pyroproxfen? So we did with using captive population or in the semi-free systems. We use a clay pot, we treated it with pyroproxfen powder, and you release up to 5,000 mosquitoes. And you give them the blood source, which was a cow, and you make them feed, and then they rest in the clay pot, and you give them their breeding habitat, and you see if they transfer that pyroproxfen to the breeding habitat, will they bring an impact in terms of other teenagers? In a bit. And then So these are some of the disasters that we found. In terms of, if you look at panel B of the graph in terms of adult image, you realize within paroxysmal section you have very few adults that were emerging. And to summarize this, we had up to 82% adult emergency inhibition within a PPF treated section compared to the control section. Then within testing different avenue, we thought if you go to the village, you realize cattle are being kept what we call cattle sheds. If, as Professor Kaneka indicated, using the nets on the ceiling, in this case we were thinking if we treat the roof of the cattle shed with a black cloth, what happens as one of the area preferred by mosquito? Then we realize because mosquitoes tend to rest before probably feeding when you release, we encountered what we call sterilization. So mosquitoes are sterilized before even visiting the clay pots and be able to take paroxysm. The question was, can sterilized mosquitoes be able to also transfer paroxysm from the desired station? And this is some of the questions we addressed later on. So in terms of sterilization, we realized you can prevent or sterilize up to 96% of the population, because all the mosquitoes released, we realized they were not laying eggs within the breeding habitat. These were mosquitoes that you release in known numbers. Then we establish a self-sustaining population that you know is quite stable. And then you look at, if I introduce 2 stations of clay pots with desired paroxysm, how long it will take to crush that population down. And then we realize if you do that within the first 3 months, we realize within the controls, the treatment section, there was no mosquito that were emerging within the breeding habitats. But you still see the larvae within the breeding habitat. But in terms of monitoring the population, you don't catch any adults. What it tells is you control the population, you reach a limit where you don't have adults to do the transfer. So what you will need is probably relying on other vectors that share similar breeding habitat with anopheles to be able to help you in the transfer. And that's some of the things we'll be looking at later on. So we went further. This was Panopheles labiensis. Then we started looking at, can this also be applicable for Anopheles funestus, which is accounting nearly 90% of the transmission. If you see in Tanzania, and it's coming up in a lot of African countries. And what we tested is seeing actually if it can prevent adult emergence. And we have seen clearly if you expose mosquito for 30 to 48 minutes, you achieve adult emergence. So that's all quite significant. What's the most important message here is even the sterilized mosquitoes can still auto-disseminate. So what you have is a double impact of our proxy. Mosquito will be sterilized, even those eggs that are viable, they still have the same tend to have a double impact of the technology. So the next step is a semi-field system, is a field trial. And again, if you go to a lot of African settings, you realize you can't do this during rain season. Everywhere is water. You have dilution effect. And again, it's nearly impossible for those time dose to be able to bring an impact during rain season. So we are looking at scaling this during dry season, where the number of breeding habitat is quite limited. But again, when you have limited breeding habitat, you have limited population. So we tend to rely on other mosquitoes like curicine. That's where we're looking at the moment. Can also curicine assist us to do the transfer apart from anopheles mosquitoes. So these are classical breeding habitat. If you see some of the water well during dry season, also the responsible breeding habitat for malaria vectors. Again, this work cannot be done by us researchers only. We strongly rely on community involvement. And this case is, are they accepting paroxysm? Because it will be deposited in the water they drink, the cow, they are using that water body as well. So we need also to see what the community perspective in terms of the intervention and its acceptability. And we have done this before online crowdsourcing. Community can identify where the breeding habitats are. But also I've done some work where community can tell you where the breeding habitats are in this pastoralist, and then you target those breeding habitats with paroxysm. In this case, what this slide shows, it's quite clear that the level of knowledge with regard to our dissemination for people that have been interviewed is on the frequency. Okay, thank you. But also, and this is a different knowledge about examination, agreed examination should be used to control malaria mosquitoes. So different people, it seems that they are willing for this technology to go within their settings. And we look at the primary school children, the farmers, those rice farmers, we look at the pastoralists, and we look at the general community. It's within school, primary school children where they feel like there might be some negative impact with the technology because they are aware what is blood siding is. But within the general, within the farmers, pastoralists, and the general community, they are neutral about the negative impact. In terms of perception, it's quite positive, and in terms of knowledge, it ranges from medium to low. What it means is it's very important for us as we roll out when that stage comes to involve the community in terms of raising the awareness of the intervention itself. Again, if you realize most of urban settings, we have an office Stephen coming, and we have seen even an office Alabiensis Gambit, they've started exploiting breeding methods that are used by an office Aedes mosquitoes. So this is one of the technologies that might have potential in terms of addressing those nature or breeding methods that you find in the urban settings. And by doing that, I think we'll be able to address the challenge associated with malaria in the urban setting, which has been seems to be a problem these years. So thank you very much. That's what I wanted to share with you today.
Thank you, Dixon. You have 1 more minute, but I think let's push that to the Q&A session. Dr. Ferdinand Adumo. Ferdinand, please feel free to tell us 1 or 2 things about yourself, and you can continue with the presentation. Maybe as they continue setting up, you can be talking.
Thank you, Chair. All protocols observed. I'm a biomedical scientist working at Cambridge, based in Busia. The earlier speakers talked about cross-border strategies and monitoring, and some of the presentations that I have would touch on that, and we were privileged to have the whole Great Lakes Council coming to launch laryngiciding activities in Busia County.
Something about yourself?
Yes, I am a biomedical scientist, as I said, but with inclination to molecular biology. And also, I've been working on viruses that are spread by mosquitoes, arthropod-borne viruses. And now, trying to figure out integrated vector management, not just for mosquitoes, but also some studies of encephalitis. So to just proceed on this, the studies here, the principal investigator is Dr. Eric Ochomo of Cambridge, and I'm the presenter for today. A graduate of Nagasaki University, and a pleasure to see Minakama Sensei. Welcome. So I will talk about 2 pivotal studies that we have on vector control research in Kenya, and we believe this is an extra tool that could be put into use in the effort towards elimination. The first study is spatial repellence research in Kenya, and maybe just to give an overview of spatial repellence, we are talking about continual release of the compounds into the air, and those particles are having a different mode of action. We have the push effect on your extreme left, where they prevent entry into the households and also inhibit attraction to the host, which is a human being sleeping, the middle one, and then at the end is actually preventing infection through a bite. So this is on the extreme left or right on your side, is actually a replica of the spatial repellents hung on a wall in one of the communities. This study is ongoing in Busia County. This is just a map of Busia County. We have 2 major sub-counties, the south and north. And on the southern sub-county, we have 58 clusters in total, with a randomized control 2-arm, where we have a 1-to-1 randomization for the control group as well as the intervention group. In that setup, maybe I'll talk about the study design, is that we did a baseline for about 4 months to understand baseline characteristics. Then we have 2 cohorts, cohort 1 and 2, with a different time of recruitment. And in that setup, maybe if you look at the graphic on the extreme right, we have the core area where we have a total of 14 sites within the core out of the 29, and then we have the other 15 and around the buffer zone, just to see the effect of spatial repellence to those particular areas. And what the study entails are 3 components. We have the entomological, the social science, and the AP. The AP part looks at malaria incidences in the intervention as compared to the control areas. We also look at the entomological aspects, measuring mosquito densities by this HLC and CDC light trap method. And then the social science component is just to understand the participant perception experience about spatial repellence. And this will be important when we enroll these particular interventions later on in the communities. So just to highlight a few things, and if you remember, the colleague who was just talked before me mentioned that use of ITMs is quite critical in the prevention of malaria. And we've seen in around 5 to 7, and very early morning from around 4 a.m. to 7. And in the middle, if you look at the first graphical, we are overlaying human behavior with indoor as well as outdoor mosquito biting to understand the character. And in this one, we realize that human exposure to malaria occurs mainly while outdoor, but also during indoor. If you look at the top graphical on your right, is that persons who are not protected, in this case we are looking at ITNs, then the level of exposure is very high with that colored area. And then on the lower part is actually equivalent of protection if you had ITNs. So in this intervention area, the proportion of persons who use ITNs is about 60%, and that is the protected population. But without that, then you realize that most of the infections happen early in the evening and very early morning at dawn. So to understand this human-vector interaction, we realize that we have 2 major vectors, Anopheles gambi as well as Anopheles fenestas. And the biting rates are different. The biting rates are different, as you could see, 59 against 71 for fenestas. And also using ITNs can prevent over 80% of the bites. And that remains one of the most effective interventions. But the remaining exposure that occurs indoors in the evening and also very early in the morning is what we are trying to push with this kind of interventions. So this study is supported by a number of partners, including Cambridge, Lucia County, the government, National Malaria Control Program, and the residents of Lucia County. The second part of this presentation is about attractive target sugar rates. So the attractive target sugar base study is one that is ongoing in Sierra County. I'll just mention that the ATSBs actually contain 2 main ingredients. We have fruit syrup as well as one of the neonicotinoid insecticide. This is a replica of it, just in graphical picture. And maybe to give a history of the development, that this ATSP is trying to address the outdoor transmission. And for a period from 2015, the company that has been developing it has gone through a number of product milestones in terms of development. And so far we conducted the entomological evaluation in Kenya, in Mali, in Zambia, but currently 2022-2023, we are focusing on the entomological evaluation. And that data will then inform WHO in terms of the qualification for listing of some of these interventions. So just to give a quick overview, proof of concept was done early 2016-17, and we participated in non-inferior durability revised design studies in Kenya, and also entomological field trials. And we also conducted non-inferior studies. So currently we are evaluating this particular component in a number of forms. So the field feeding studies or trials are conducted in Kenya, and we are being informed by prior studies that were done in Mali. And we are comparing differences in terms of feeding rates for Anopheles femestas and Anopheles gambit in some of these countries. And in our zone, we realized that the feeding rates are about 4.8% on the middle graphical image. And the question we are trying to address, if ATSB, in addition to LLINs, could be superior to just universal LLINs only in reducing malaria case burden in Western Kenya. So we are comparing both long-lasting insecticide-treated nets against ATSB and a combination. So we do entomological surveillance using the methods that I mentioned earlier, human landing, tracking, and light traps. And what we are trying to address is to understand our vector abundance, sporozoid rate, as well as entomological inoculation. And also to monitor durability of ATSBs in the field for a period of about 6 months, and understanding feeding and mortality assessments. So we want to monitor vector population for development of resistance to the compounds in the attractants. So this trial, as I said, is in Sierra County, Alego, Songa Sub-County, and Gariada. 16 clusters, both 8 for each control and the intervention. And we also are sampling households for vector populations, as well as trying to monitor malaria incidences in the 2 groups. Sorry for that. And one of the things we are interested is to understand non-target attractions, and in this case we are looking at bees. And from the study that was conducted in Zambia, there was 0 honeybees in about 1,500. This is in Kenya, but the earlier study on non-target attraction of other insects was actually conducted in Zambia and a setup that had bee colonies in less than 120 meters from where the targets were placed. In the Kenyan setup here, we took short images closely and monitored every 5 minutes from dawn to dusk which particular insects would be attracted, and we found none of the honeybees. So this study is further being enrolled to understand feeding experiments, and also to test for attractancy for especially starved mosquitoes. So in the end, we have established bait stations for both exposed locations as well as protected locations to understand the effect of the attractant under exposure to natural settings as compared to a protected environment. And I want to end there this study. I want to acknowledge a number of partners, Siaya County Government, the ATSB Consortium in Kenya, Mali, and Zambia. This is a multi-country study, as well as the Cambridge study team, majorly funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and also the Institute of Disease.
Okay, thank you very much. Switching to the chair to me. Okay, my name is Noboru Minaka of Nagasaki University. And next speaker is Professor Richard Mukabana of the University of Nairobi. He is one of the leading medical scientists, medical entomologists in Kenya. He has lots of papers published, I guess. Then one of the impressive papers published in The Lancet. He has done randomized control study in Rusin Island. It's a very good study. I work with Ishibe. Then anyway, now he's talking today genetic modified mosquitoes, I think, the policymakers' perspective. So it's kind of related to the previous talk. Okay, it's not ready yet.
But we talk to policymakers, we talk to scientists, we had missions, all sorts of people. In fact, we had a dialogue 1 week ago in Dar es Salaam, and some people in this room were in that dialogue. And that was the topic. the gene-derived mosquitoes. So maybe to take you back a little bit, the African Union in 2018 published the Health Research and Innovation Strategy for the continent. This was one of the technologies that all the heads of state in Africa have signed, that they need to adopt this technology and see what it can add to the existing tools for malaria control. And this technology has a bit of issues in terms of regulation. We haven't had another such technology before. So when we start, there's no precedent in using this technology. So really, we have to be how to govern the technology, the cross-border issues, which were identified in Dar es Salaam presently as a major one, and we're going to have other dialogues around it. And then it's important to balance between technical and stakeholder concerns. When this then we should see which ones are science-based, which ones are just our own. There's a lot being published right now about scientific evaluation of this technology in terms of the risks that can come out. And then lastly, knowledge about the technology is very low. So what can we do so that the policymaker has an informed background when they're assessing an application that is seeking permission to work on this technology? So we are working on a platform whose vision is to have an Africa where cutting-edge technology is used to tackle health challenges. We don't just use the old things that don't work, at least not 100%, with a mission to promote evidence-informed dialogue and action on health technologies in Africa. So in this particular case, we are working all over Africa at continental level and in the regions, but we've selected some 2 countries where work is going on gene drives, that is Uganda and Burkina Faso. So in Uganda, we work with the Prime Minister's Office and something called CEPA, Center for Policy Analysis. And in Burkina Faso, where we have most of the work done, we work with a government body called CRSN. This is the NONA Health Research Center. So it gives us an opportunity to talk to all the people, groups listed down there and beyond. Okay, so through all these engagements, when you're talking about the high-level policymakers, what are they thinking? What do we hear from these people? Now I'm not talking about the grassroots people who will decide what will happen. What are they thinking? So I have a few things to tell you about what they're thinking. I'll skip these slides, okay? So when you take a textbook in molecular biology, you're bound to see these kind of things. Parents and offspring, you get the F1 generation and so forth. When you introduce the genetically modified mosquitoes, for example, the gene drives, you begin seeing the red. So when I go to Willis's office, he'll ask me, why red? Is it because I know there's some danger? So I'm just using the color silently, and I don't tell him, That's one of the things that come up. So the question is there, why are gene-derived mosquitoes often put in red? Okay, so the developers of the technology cleverly, silent about the dangers that these mosquitoes pose. And that's a very legitimate question because it's something which you can just not buy wholesale, so you must put in some kind of caution when you're thinking about it. Okay, so we're now thinking in future. Those of you who are molecular biologists, you know very well that a marker for these mosquitoes, the green fluorescent protein, is actually green when you look at it in the microscope. So this time we'll label the gene of mosquitoes green. But that's what you see actually in the microscope, and that's a very good thing. Okay, so when we went to Bagamoyo last week, or the other week, we had all parliamentarians and many other people, policymakers, and that's the first time they were seeing these gene-derived mosquitoes, and they were asking, where is the red? Because now that's in the lab. There was no red actually. Okay. So one person from the East African Legislative Assembly asked me the question, a mosquito is flying. How do you introduce DNA in that flying thing? So you can see our thinking in the lab as scientists and the thinking of a regulator. they are looking at this thing as always flying and biting people. So we tell them no, we don't target flying mosquitoes, okay? But then we say that we target the eggs. Then they ask, but the egg is too small. What kind of a needle can fit injecting an egg? And that just underscores the need for these people to see exactly how the work is going on. So this slide that I'm putting here, the mosquito eggs being injected, came from Dixon's lab, Dixon Letojera. They are doing the physical injections. So when you go there, you can see they put in the extra the foreign DNA. But then the question comes again, but how long will you take to inject 1 million eggs? So again, perspectives. We're doing this reproductively. Policymakers are seeing these as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, until 1 million eggs. So there's a lot of capacity building needed, and a lot of just discussion between researchers and policymakers. So for that matter, I begin to do a lot of policy work and advocacy work because of these gaps in knowledge. Okay? So moving on, so this is the most important question. It has come from many, many decision makers. And all of them are from Uganda, interestingly. Because I think maybe it's because that's what the technology is being tried. So, to bring in some kind of African thinking before I tell you what they say, okay? People here read the Bible a lot, I don't, you know. So in 1 Corinthians, they say, I can put it differently. A church mouse eats in the church. So me as a regulator, am I able to make money from this technology? Because why am I approving it? If there are bed nets, I can be a supplier, for example. What about for gene drugs? Ask this question, you know. The church mouse wants to eat in the church. What do we do? Now, for this technology, the main thing is controlling malaria. Is not money to come into our pockets. Even if you have a dissenting voice, but the overall conclusion is that we're going to use it, then it's going to work probably without really us saying yes or no. So, but then we need the dialogue to just understand how does it go. Okay, so that's the question. So if we use these GM mosquitoes for malaria control, will we make some money? So that's the answer that I've given you. But then the other thing that we had from Parliament, so this session here is from our group in Uganda, working with the Ugandan Parliament. So they took them for a dialogue just to discuss what's going on. And the parliamentarians in Uganda asked the question, where do you work? Are you doing something similar to what I'm doing? So if we are doing things that are totally different, how can we even have a window where we can discuss what you're talking about and come to consensus? You have different interests, I've got different interests. So that was a major question from the Ugandan Parliament. So how will we hear you as a scientist if we have no opportunity to meet you, to talk to you, and to work together? Then the question comes, what is my work as a scientist? How will we work together? We must look at some common things. We must manage relationships. So we just have to see where we meet, and then we can work together. So do our interests match? Scientists and the parliamentarians, for example. And then for me as a parliamentarian, is it politically safe for me to work with you? So if I take up your story on gene-drug mosquitoes, and I go to Parliament to advocate for it, will I be on that job, or will I go? So we have some kind of common interest, okay? And then they ask, are you resourceful in a way that can facilitate my work? So the group we have in Uganda, the SEPA, the group in Uganda, the SEPA, are very good in working with parliamentarians. Their office is in Parliament, actually. And every time you want to write a bill, they're the people you go to do all the survey literature research for you until they give you a draft. So they are working very well with the Ugandan Parliament. So these are just a few stories. In conclusion, I can say, so this gene-drug mosquito that comes from some kind of risk assessment, if we think it's okay in our context, we can say, fine, let's try them. If they don't, then they don't. That's number one. Number two, every policymaker wants to go to the lab, witness product development. So in this session in Bagamoyo, every single member of parliament sat on the microscope and asked, which is the egg? And what about the needle? And this needle is glass. So sometimes in the microscope, you can't even see it. But then use your pointer to say it's from here to here. See how the pointer is going. I think they understand me. So interesting. And then money is a systems driver. That is something we must all remember. You know, they even asked, can we manufacture the eggs and be the suppliers if you don't use the eggs? So we have to think about how that comes in the whole ecosystem. And lastly, we need to do relationship management with all our stakeholders. So thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So, implemented and then prevented decrease. But here, it is a bit different from the Uncoy, because they did IRS only once. There is a several reasoning for this IRS. Community side also raised a question that since they are in Ireland, IRS programs player, they couldn't reach to the island efficiently. So we don't know the fact very well, but at least the prevalence showed us that once you withdraw the IRS, the prevalence easily get back to the original prevalence, which is around 50%. And now, this is the data up to 2020, but recently we did another round of school survey, and then this is a slide which Professor Akira already showed, but as you can see here, this graph, 2021 and 2022, so this is RDT because we don't have official data yet, but it's clearly shown that even though there's a multiple IRS continuing, we are seeing the resurgence of malaria prevalence. And also, interestingly, originally high prevalent area have high prevalent, and the originally low prevalent area having slightly low prevalence. Meaning, IRS didn't affect anything about the transmission efficacy in the area. So we still don't know what's the reason of resurgence yet. Probably IRS acceptance was low, or maybe insecticide resistant. We are currently working on the investigating the reason. But anyway, it is clear that IRS cannot be the sustainable solution. So, of course, we have to accept that there's an immediate impact. That is very true. But for sustainability, we have to find the exit plan after IRS program. So that's the findings from the field for us. Then, so here we kind of want to propose this could be one of the options for exit plan from IRS. So it's so-called OISET plus sealing net. So this is a combination of two technology called OISET plus and sealing net. Probably OISET plus net you're already familiar, but it's a combination of pyrethroid and PBO drug as an insecticide, so that it can fight against pyrethroid-resistant mosquito as well. But not only this material, but we also come up with some new structure. So it's called sealing net. So mosquitoes, most of the time, they came into the house through the eave between the roof and the wall. And then they, after biting the human being inside, they go up and they rest in the ceiling. They start ceiling after the meal, and then go out and then transmit. So here, the Professor Minakawa studied and then found that many of the school-age children, they don't sleep under the bed net, but in the living room. So that kind of population should be protected by this kind of ceiling net, which cover house roof, and then mosquito entrance will be blocked. And also, those mosquitoes who bite the human will be knocked by this insecticide. So this concept already, sealing net concept already studied by Professor Minakawa, But now we want to do combination with ulcerative colitis and then see the epidemiological impact. So here is a cluster randomized control trial plan which we implemented last December. So in Fangan Island, which have high prevalence, we made a 20 cluster in island, and yeah, we started cluster randomized control trial.
So 2 minutes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. So yes. So this is how we installed, but we did the installation last year around this time. So now we are in almost ending up the monitoring. So I will briefly talk about the midterm evaluation result, just a brief one. But after 6 months, for outcome evaluation, we set up the cohort in Fangan Island and then monitor them basically monitor with questionnaire every 2 weeks and then blood sampling every month. And this is a result from one time point from that cohort, 6 months after the implementation. We clearly saw that there's a difference between the control group and the intervention group in cluster level. So RDT positive rate in a control group is 99.9 versus intervention is 2.1. And yes, after adjusting the several variables, it gives a adjusted rate ratio 0.23 with p-value 0.052. So we believe that this is result from RDT, but impact may be pronounced more strongly by PCR, and also after 12 months we will expect more clear impact. And also we also found there's no difference between the two arms in terms of bed net usage, because we are afraid that if you have a ceiling net, people forget about the bed net and they start to not to use bed net. But we didn't, so far, we didn't see that kind of impact. And we also did, we are also doing some qualitative analysis with community interview and group focus group discussion, so that we can hear from the community. Yeah, as previous presentation mentioned, that we need to communicate with the community to understand what is the best way to implement. And then, since we started with our way to install, but we may hear from the community and then find out much better way to install or maintain the net. So as I mentioned, that we are almost concluding the cluster randomized control trial this month. But with with the support from Homo County, we are planning to expand this for a bit more large scale, so that we can see more practical impact and also issue what we have to solve. Yes, that's all from my side. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is myself, actually. Noboru Minakawa from Nagasaki University. I continue for the entomological result from this project. So it's been almost 3 years since I was here, before COVID-19. So I'm so glad to be back here, and seeing all my friends. Even last night, I stayed at a hotel in downtown. The music started, very loud music started at 11 p.m. Then ended at 4:30 this morning. So it's been a long time, you know those. Okay, anyway, shouldn't waste the time. Okay, so back to the seeding net project in Fangan Island. Let's see. I'm a Mac user, so
Should you can tap the screen?
Okay, here. Okay.
Okay, just briefly, the ceiling net, looks like a trap also. The mosquitoes, once they are born, then they fly over the ground and hit the wall. Then this is a typical houses we found in Kenya, I guess. There's a gap between the roof and the wall. So mosquito enter, then there's a net here. So the many mosquito can trap inside and between the roof and the net. So don't go into the room. Then also we know mosquito tend to rest on the ceilings actually, even though without the nets. I think that this is a behavioral resistance against the IRS, because IRS always, the insecticide sprays on the wall, so mosquito tend to be the ceilings. That's what we found before. So we thought this is a very good tool. Then Steve Lindsay in UK, he tested this 20 years ago. Then it worked pretty well to reducing mosquitoes. So anyway, we are using Oriset Plus material. Then we are testing this, as Kamaya Sensei mentioned. And so, okay. Outcome is that we are, of course, interested in the density of mosquitoes and species composition and spousal rate. Then this is a fun island. Then there's 20 clusters. Then 10 randomized. We picked the 10 for the experimental areas or clusters with a ceiling net. Then 10 clusters are the control. Then we for the entomological survey, we further randomly selected 5 houses for each cluster. So that totally 50 houses for the experimental or ceiling net areas, then 50 houses for the control areas. Then we collected the mosquitoes before intervention, then the 6 months after the intervention. So I'm going to present the result after 6 months. Am I missing something here? There are a lot of things. Okay. Collecting mosquitoes, we use the light trap. Then also the spray catch method. We try the methods. Okay, so this is a result. Light trap. Then control areas were armed. Ceiling net arm. This is the density. Actually, due to the drought, you guys know the last 1 year and not much rain, so we didn't collect many mosquitoes, unfortunately. So I proved, for the 5 houses, for each the cluster, I proved the number of mosquitoes. Then I did the non-parametric test. Anyway, the control area, the mean number of the mosquitoes, per clusters, not the house, because proved, it was 2.8. Then the ceiling net area, 0.9. So obvious reductions, Then since not many have the number of mosquitoes, also the number of clusters come limited, so the p-values are such and such, But anyway, the good reduction, good result. Then this is a spray catch the result, the always spray catch collect the fewer than the light trap, But we see the 1.1 for the control area, the ceiling net areas, no mosquitoes. I think mainly this is due to the drought, of course, But still, the low number, but we still see the differences. So it's very encouraging data result. But most important things is, even though we reduce the mosquito numbers, the key is epidemiological human infection, that's which the Wataru-san, Kagaya-san presented. Okay, so that's the result, but I think I have a little bit more time, so I want to emphasize or talk about a little bit, the issues we are facing, because with the number of mosquitoes we are collecting, especially last 1 year, because due to the drought, not many, then that's a limitation, but this is due to the Indian Ocean dipole mode phenomenon. You have to know that, So there's an oceanic
oceanic anomalies that happen in the Indian Oceans that affect the climate in the eastern part of Africa. That's a negative IOD occurred last 1 year. So that negative IOD means eastern part of the Indian Ocean, the sea surface temperature become higher than the western part of the Indian Ocean. Then sometimes that this part, western part, sea surface temperature become higher. Then creates moisture. The moisture hit the highland of the eastern part of Africa, then dumps the water that causes heavy rainfalls. So, but unfortunately, we had fortunately, unfortunately, I don't know. The mosquito isn't unfortunate or fortunate for malaria cases, but agriculture is no good drought, of course. And the negative IOD happened last 1 year. Then anyway, so the limitation, we didn't get the many mosquitoes, but we still had a significant the effect. We didn't have enough numbers for doing a species composition and spores rate and those kind of things. We needed more numbers. Although we had a nice entomological lab established in the Kisumu, Kishian, Kemuri, we are ready to do that. Hopefully. Next week, I go back to the Fangano and collect more mosquitoes because rain started, right? Yeah. Yes. But maybe short. Do you remember this?
3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. This paper, one newspaper, Nation, famous newspaper in Kenya, but this old one, the 1998, February. Remember this year. Maybe someone not exist. We all people know this one. So that year, there's El Nino happened, huge El Nino. But at the same time, the positive IOD, Indian Ocean dipole mode happened. Then that time everybody know that suspected maybe El Nino caused heavy rains in Kenya, the floods everywhere. Then malaria epidemics everywhere. Then every day we see this kind of news, Then cholera outbreaks, the Bita, Homa Bay, even the Kisumu, Then Rift Valley fevers and so on, Those are all caused by people thought El Nino. But later on we found out this is directly affected by the IOD, Indian Ocean dipole mode. But El Nino also helped it a little bit, So. Impact of the climate variations are very, very serious. So this is the last, my message to you, and also the limitation of my study, or entomological study. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Dr. Steve Munga. I don't see him in the room, but he might be online.
I think Steve is in Gambia, I think, or Zambia. Hi, Steve.
Yes, good.
Okay.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are.
Okay, so how are you, Steve? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm in the Gambia.
Good, Gambia. Yeah. So the Stefan Munga is also one of my old friends. He's also a good entomologist in Kenya. He works for the Kemuri. Then he used to be a station manager in Kishian, Kemuri. Also, I think he's a deputy director in the Kemuri right now. So Steve, all yours. I think all floor is yours. I think you want to talk about Stefan's side and outdoor biting mosquitoes. I think. Yeah. Okay, Steve, go ahead.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, Steph, you need to slide.
Like I've said, my name is Stephen Munga. I work for Kenya Medical Research Institute. My research interest, I'm a vector biologist, and my research interest basically is in the control intervention tools. And right now, the experience that I've gained over the years has led me to development of policy documents like national malaria strategic plans and integrated vector management plans, and have done that for several African countries. Back to this talk or presentation, let's have a look at some of the potential entomological issues. And here we'll basically be talking about the outdoor biting of Anopheles arabiensis and a more recent issue, which is the invasion of Anopheles stephensi in the region. Next slide, please. So just a brief background is that significant achievements have been made in malaria control in the recent past. However, this has actually been faced by several challenges, and this includes shift in species composition as a result of the sustained scale-up of the intervention tools, the insecticide resistance because of use of pesticides, both in agriculture and also for vector control, drug resistance, and also more recently, invasion or biological threats, amongst others. And of course, the biggest topic on the table right now is the emergence and spread of Anopheles stephensi in the Horn of Africa, which has become a major concern, and I think there are several stakeholders who are trying to ensure that this is controlled and handled the right way. Next slide. So, Anopheles arabiensis has always been known to bite both indoors and outdoors, and it also sort of like coupled in the way it feeds, that is feeding both on animals and humans, and also plays a critical role in malaria transmission, mainly in areas where it's able to bite indoors, but also it also plays a critical role in transmission of malaria in outdoors. However, this varies from one region to the other, and I think we'll be seeing this in a short while. So from several, next slide. From several African regions, most of the Anopheles arabiensis which were collected from outdoor traps were never found to be infected by Plasmodium falciparum. However, in Gambia, for example, where I am at the moment, Anopheles arabiensis has been shown to be maintaining malaria transmission in one of the regions where malaria is still very highly endemic. So the role of Anopheles arabiensis in malaria transmission, basically, we would say from literature, is variable, and mainly for outdoor transmission. But in areas where, from samples which have been collected from indoors, of course, it has a number of them have also turned to be positive for malaria parasites. Next. Next slide, please. So the other issue is that from several studies, Anopheles arabiensis has been also shown, the previous slide please, has also been shown to be resistant to a number of insecticides which are used either in agriculture or in vector control tools like pyrethroids, organophosphates, organochlorines, and carbamates. However, from studies, and this is one study that we did in Western Cape, the susceptibility seems to be restored when some of these, specifically the pyrethroids, are combined with PBO synergies. Next slide, please. So the next slide basically shows us the susceptibility tests which were done, and it suffices to mention that the Anopheles gambi SL here, a number of them were actually Anopheles arabiensis. So if you look at the ones which had mortality rates of more than 100 or more than 90%, 98%, they were PBO plus delta methrin, and also permethrin and PBO. So basically, when combined with the PBO synergies, then the susceptibility seemed to be restored. Next, please. So from the foregoing, what can we really say about outdoor biting of Anopheles arabiensis? One is that it's likely to sustain malaria transmission in areas where the dominant vector species bites mainly outdoors, and where like in the Gambia that I've talked about, where people seem to spend much of because of the climate of the area, people seem to spend much of their time in the evening outside their houses. So there's a likelihood that they will be bitten. So malaria transmission seems to be sustained in that manner. Then two is that innovative ways of controlling outdoor biting malaria vectors will need to be developed. And it's interesting from the results which were presented by Ferdinand that the exposure time for Anopheles arabiensis, I think, was like 30%. I think previously we saw the exposure in one of the studies which was conducted in Western Kenya, in Migori, in an area which was where IRS is being implemented, that the exposure time was like 20%. So there will be need to have innovative ways of controlling the outdoor biting Anopheles arabiensis, and of course any other species which bites outdoors and is known to transmit malaria. And then switch to Anopheles stephensii in the next slide. So this species was basically considered as an Asian malaria vector, and it was one of the major drivers of malaria transmission in cities in India and several other countries like Sri Lanka and Malaysia. However, in the recent past, it has spread to several countries in the Horn of Africa. It was first detected in Africa, in the Horn of Africa, it was first detected in Djibouti in 2012, Ethiopia in 2017, Sudan in 2019, and Somalia in 2021. So right now, if you look at the geographical spread of this species, both in Somalia and Sudan and Ethiopia, is very widely spread. And this is a cause for a major concern, because it's known to be very effective in terms of transmitting both Plasmodium falciparum and vivax. So in 2019, because of that spread, WHO Afro actually issued a vector alert, which was meant to guide countries on how to deal with the biological infection of Anopheles stephensii. Next slide.
Well, Steve, you got one more minute.
Just basically about some of the characteristics of this particular species. It's known to occupy man-made habitats, and of course one of the speakers before talked about this, which are also, these habitats are also occupied by Aedes aegypti. Again, the species bites both indoors and outdoors, and it's also known to be very resilient and adaptable. From one of the experiences in Ethiopia, it was shown that the species was found in the immature stages of this particular species was found in waters which were having temperatures of as high as 38 degrees. So that should be a major, major worry or a major reason for concern. And of course, it occurs both in urban and rural settings. And I think there are like 3 molecular forms of this particular species. And there are 3 main reasons why the species is of a serious concern. Number one, of course, is its preference for man-made habitats. Number 2, of course, is its behavior of biting both indoors and outdoors. And the number 3, which is even more serious, is that already it's resistant to a number of insecticides that are being used for vector control currently. So these are the 3 main reasons why this particular species is of a major concern to everyone. Next, please. So this basically highlights some of the breeding habitats. So it can occur anywhere, mainly man-made habitats, which always are around our houses. So that is a major concern. Next, please. Next slide, please. So in terms of its role in malaria transmission, like I've said, it's an important vector for both vivax and falciparum. And from literature, there have been studies which have been conducted in the past trying to look at its human blood index. However, the human blood index for this particular species seems to be fairly low as compared to the other vectors, the other efficient vector species like Gambi, Anopheles gambi, Anopheles pilesters, and Arabiaceae. And for that particular reason, one of the reviews which looked at Anopheles gambi invasion in the Horn of Africa, it intimated that because of its low human blood index, it's unlikely that this particular species on its own can sustain malaria transmission. But of course, but of course it can play a significant role. And of course, sometimes, I think from data that we have seen, sometimes in Djibouti, in areas which have been known to have eliminated malaria, but because of the invasion, malaria resurgence came back. So it can still play a significant role in malaria transmission. And I think it's one vector that should not be overlooked. And of course, WHO Afro region is already under the auspices of an African network for vector resistance, is trying to come up with a strategic plan for the Horn of Africa countries on how to deal with this particular invasion. Next, please. So, given that information, what are some of the way forward or take-home messages here? Number one is to strengthen entomological surveillance system, which has the ability of capturing the presence of the invasive species. From some of the information that came from Ethiopia, one of the biggest problem is, and of course, same to any other outdoor biting vector, is the sampling tools for these outdoor vector species. So the major sampling tools for collecting mosquitoes were not found to be very effective in collecting Anopheles stephensi outside the houses. So that is one thing that will need to be strengthened in order for to enable us to really capture some of this particular species outbursts. And of course, because of the way its breeding nature, then integrated vector management needs to be encouraged in that manner. So if it's occurring in an area where, say, it is mosquito larvae species are also breeding, then there is the need to integrate the management of those particular or the two species together. And 3 is coordinate capacity building for laboratory and entomologists in the identification. As we speak, some of the countries are not so like upfront in terms of identification of this particular species. So you may collect an offline species, but when you try to do molecular amplification, then it fails. And then probably it's because it's not probably what you're looking for, but it's an offline Stephen site. So there's the need to build that capacity. And I think in Kisumu, this is one of the things that has been optimized, and I think we are able to do that. So currently we are actually working with the National Malaria Control Program in Kenya to try and do molecular identification on some of the offline species that that failed molecular.
Okay, Steve, thank you very much. Steve, I don't think we have enough time for comments and stuff, but don't get the malaria in the Gambia, then come home safely. Okay, thank you, Steve. Yeah. Okay, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you gave us important messages and stuff. Anyway, we have some vector control tools. Seeing net is good, and IRS, and some sustainability problem, genetic modified.
20 minutes, so that we're able to catch up with time. You can stretch your legs, grab that cup of coffee very, very fast. If need be, you can carry it back here so that we can continue with the next session. But I really appreciate your
diseases, and he's currently the Director of Research and Innovations at Maseno University. Collins has mentored many students, more than 40 doctoral students, 10 postdocs, and more than 100, and he's widely published in peer-reviewed journals. So I'll welcome Prof. Please take the floor and go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Long introduction. So I'll take you through the research agenda. We're talking a lot about science. I'll talk about politics in science, that to setting up of the research agenda. Okay. So in the morning, we had that opportunity to have all those speakers defining all the concepts about malaria and all those beautiful initiatives, global trends in incidences, morbidity, mortality, the most affected groups. And then there were a group of people or speakers who touched on policies to do with the implementation for elimination of malaria. And of course, Dr. Chut mentioned that there is likelihood that we have failed to roll back malaria. So I'll talk by first taking you through this slide, talk about research, training and support needs according to understanding of diseases and efficacy of control methods. So we all know that the more research supports we get, the more we're able to identify more research needs. Because as you do research, you open up new gaps, you address a problem, then you open up new gaps for other problems. But through that, we're able to identify more efficacy and control of methods for the diseases that we are talking about. So far, there have been certain diseases that we've actually eliminated by providing a lot of, almost eliminated, let me correct myself, by providing research support, creating more research needs, and then trying to come up with control methods. And the most recent one is COVID-19. And you all know that before, about 2 years ago, we couldn't even sit in a setup like this because we didn't understand the disease. More money, more funds were pumped into research. And then through that method, we were able to come up with strategies to be able to control, even if we are not going to eliminate it. This is how we'll be conducting my talk, but then several areas have already been covered, as I mentioned before. So I will not focus so much on the areas that have already been covered. I'll only focus on areas that have not been covered. So in 2015, I published that article in The Conversation, how the world can cut malaria cases by 90% in the next 15 years. That meant by 2030, we should have cut malaria by 90%. And you can imagine the phone calls I received from every organization. Those that are supporting production of nets, those supporting production of drugs, those who are supporting just risk in general, be it in human host, be it in malaria vector, be it in the parasite. Because people are worried that if we are able to eliminate malaria in the next 15 years, then what will happen to all the employees that are in malaria research? Naturally, without any sort of vaccine, then we are able to come up with an effective vaccine. And you don't have to touch the mosquito. They tell you that, leave alone the human host, leave alone the parasite, deal with the mosquito. Let us get the sterile mosquito we are talking about. Genetically modify your mosquito. And when you genetically modify them, they'll be enabled, that they can pick the parasite and then be unable to transmit it. Or if they pick the parasite can just die in them. So that group of people are saying, don't touch the human, don't touch the parasite. Then you go to the parasite people. They tell you that, leave the human and mosquito alone. Let them do whatever they want to do. But we've already identified the pathogenic genes in the parasite and the ones that lead to pathogenesis in human host. So if you can knock them off, then it means that even if the mosquito pick them up and transmit, then we can't be able to get disease. Then in that setup, now we are struggling because we are able to still develop our research ideas and still continue to do what we think we can do best. But the fact that we are able to think through all these processes makes us who we are and create those research agendas that I will be talking about. But in the mix here, we have all those control and prevention measures. We have the social, behavioral, and economic and political factors that actually dictate a lot how we are moving on with the research. And then we have environmental conditions which control the parasite and the mosquito. To some extent, it even controls the human behavior, because if it's too hot, there are certain areas we move to. If it's too cold, there are certain areas we move to. Those affect even the transmission pattern that we see. That is just a normal malaria transmission cycle, which all of us know. But I'm projecting it because as a human host researcher, I believe that there are several places we can stop the transmission pattern. And of course, there are people who are doing, as I said before, the people who are focused on malaria, the malaria parasite, and then there are people who are focusing on the mosquito. So there are several stages that everybody is trying to explore so that we're able to stop the malaria transmission cycle. And these are the culprits. All of us know them. The recent one is the Pinolesi, which joined the bandwagon. People are also doing research on that Pinolesi now to see to what extent It's actually causing disease. The P-Valley and PVVAX have been associated with relapses in clinical manifestations. As all of us know, P. falciparum is the most lethal one. Now, this was in 2002, and nothing has changed much, because if you remember what was being shown in the morning, the areas that have been having the transmissions, where we have the malarious areas, they still remain the same. Means that a lot is not really going on, as much as we have some successes which have been demonstrated. Because of the fact that they have a graft in their body, so they have reduced immunity to ensure that the graft grows. So they have all those, they become actually the most affected group. And then, of course, we have adults who have compromised immunity, and even just population who suffer for one reason or the other because of malaria parasite. But in Western Kenya, where we are, of course, we always know that even children can have up to 10,000 malaria parasites in for microbial system. But then they don't get disease. They're still playing football outside there. But remember, these are the clinical manifestations that require research agenda to be developed as we move towards elimination of malaria. That's the global burden which has already been shown before the today morning. That's the impact. Of course, all of us know the impact. Those are acute febrile episodes and malaria-associated febrile episodes in African children 0 to 4 years. Living in endemic areas, is a projection between 1995 to 2023. It tells you that the curves still keep on going upwards, meaning that those children are still being affected by acute febrile episodes. Then there's that element, we call it the ears of the hippopotamus. So for those who have never gotten to see a hippopotamus, don't leave Lake Victoria before you see a hippo. Most of the time they are in water like that. And they only pull out their nose outside to breathe because their mammals they're not made to live in water. They're just floating in there. But the message I want to pass is that where malaria patients are managed and die is given by that hippopotamus we are seeing there. So most of, over 80% actually try to get treatment at home and they end up dying at home and they never get reported. Then we have 15% at the dispensary, and then we have the ears there, which is the 55% that you always see in clinical setup like a proper hospital. So that raises question that there's something that really needs to be done to make sure that the 80% that always try to get treatment at home gets to the hospital setup so that they get proper treatment. Those are the deaths resulting, morbidity resulting in clinical manifestation leading to morbidity and the different percentages. Those are the ones that lead to actual death in children. And then you come to think of the control of the malaria burden, and I told you I not dwell so much on the science because so many people, different experts in different areas have really dwelt too much. But this is a system that we think about. And because I'm projecting this because these are what drive the research agenda that we have to do. The issue of drugs, and then the treatment pattern that we've been talking about, and then how you can be able to prevent disease. And in that case, there are those who are pushing for what is called patient disease and solution in what they call medicine for malaria venture. And then, of course, previous speakers have talked about the insecticides, and the larvicides, etc., the house spraying, and the IRS and external spraying, and then the protection of the human host, which is using the different nets that we've been talking about, the insecticide impregnated materials. Now, the ones that is picking up aggressively are the ones that are down there, what we are calling future intervention. Even though we call them future interventions, they already started happening. As you have been given some presentation this morning, the RTSS has already been tested and is showing RTSS vaccine is showing pretty good results. So people are spending sleepless nights trying to develop additional vaccine that can be able to protect against all the stages of malaria parasite. And then the genetic modification of vector. This is the one that is generating a lot of discussion, because as much as even in Kenya, we say that people allow GMOs. Somebody already gone to court and intercepted that. So it's already something which cannot be practiced anymore until somebody again goes to court and they say that this thing is safe. But it's because we don't really understand all the concepts. Most people, because I'm in genetics, they always ask me that, what if the mosquito that you are genetically modified now will be unable to pick up malaria parasite and transmit, but then pick other diseases and transmit? Or what if they grow to such a size that you cannot even manage it? So you have these mosquitoes which are flying around, but they are the size of a goat. They're running around. What if you alter any genes and then you end up with such a product? So there are those simple questions in the minds of local people who are supposed to internalize and use them and accept them, but we can't bring ourselves to explain to them what we are doing in the laboratories. And then I want to just rush through this. So with all those controls that we've been talking about, I said I will not go individually into them, but we have very nice control. But one thing that we have to remember always is that whatever control we are trying to adopt, it must be costly, it must be cost effective, and it must be acceptable. So from the list, you can see that all the three, they are as costly but effective. So when they are costly and effective, it means that in the long run, it can't be practical. So we really have to start looking for things that are less costly and also cost effective. And then which are acceptable within the population as well. In terms of personal protection, of course, we have the insecticide impregnated material that we are talking about, the nest curtain and clothing. And then you have house screening, house location. This house location is quite interesting because if you look at the population, if you drive along Nairobi Road, there's an area we call Kano Place, which are always having multiple floods. But people have never understood why those people can't move away. Because each time they're always asking in local dialect that the government to help us. But they're just stuck there. When there's too much flood, they just move to a little higher ground. After about a day, they go back to where they are. And then the following year, the same thing happened. And during that time, there's a lot of malaria transmission. And that location affected. But then because we don't understand why they keep on going back to the same place. Because probably they don't even have land elsewhere. Then we cannot be able to control malaria in that region. So those something like the repellents, then you have the fumigants, but the ones that are in stock is shown to be cost effective for low-income countries. The one that is actually using insecticide impregnated material. So when you have that, then it becomes one of the areas that you really want to focus on, depending on how effective it is. And then the anti-plasmodial, of course, intermittent treatment during pregnancy and radical therapy for relapses have been shown to be cost effective. And then in terms of social action, we keep on talking about the community acceptability and individual and family community mobilization so that they're able to control the malaria by themselves. And then that goes along with the health education that we give them. So for us to mobilize all these things, we need to really do proper research on the communities themselves. And you can remember the story where we were saying that there's a time that nets were distributed along the lake region, and because those nets were actually catching better fishes than they thought, they ended up using the nets that people were giving them to cover themselves just to catch fish. And then when people go back, they thought something was not right because they were giving nets, only to realize that people are using nets for catching fishes instead of covering themselves. And there are so many other social issues that people don't need to look at. Even the power dynamics in the houses, because if you give one net to some family household, they are likely just to give it to the husband, because the husband is the head of the household. And all husbands have that power dynamic because they are the ones who have to get the best things within the household. So all these things need the social actions really need to be understood very well within the family. And of course, the health system management and the leadership, learning policies that we've been talking about, strategies and tactics to be able to carry out all the management plans that we have, surveillance, and one speaker talked about effective monitoring and evaluation within the system. So of course, successes have been talked about this morning in different countries, within the continent. I won't dwell on that, but one of the ones that I picked out, which is becoming very important, is the global technical strategy for malaria as driven by ESC. Of course, there are several other areas that we really still need to understand the dynamism and do research on them so that we're able to perform effective control within those contexts. And one of the articles that has always stood out is this insecticide-treated pregnancy in Western Kenya. If you get the opportunity, you can be able to look at it again. And this is the intervention that drove a lot, several interventions that followed later, and it led to multiple publications in that area. Now, I want to talk about, based on the discussion that we've had this morning, about essential strategies for dealing with malaria. So as you listen to the different speakers, there are strategies that strike out. One of them is using simple, cost-effective tools, because if we are targeting, as Dr. Dolin said, we don't know whether poverty is the one following malaria or malaria following poverty. So basically, the people who get affected most of the time are those who are poor. So if you have something which you want to be sustainable within the community, then it must be cost effective. And it has to be very simple. And that's why people still have to do research to come up with simple, cost effective tools. And I was glad when I saw the policy makers attending this meeting, because the malaria taxes, we tax everything in African countries, even medication. There are times that even if you import an equipment which is supposed to diagnose a particular disease, the tax that you get on those equipment are higher than even the cost of the equipment. Then you wonder, how are we going to control this? Because if we can eliminate some of these taxes, then we'll be moving in the right direction. And then promoting and funding research in all dimensions, and including establishing the center of excellences that we are talking about in the morning. This is the way to know. And as we said, we have to stop relying a lot on donor funding. The government, as they propose, need to allocate certain funds that are supposed to be able to support this malaria elimination process. And then, of course, the integrated vector management strategies that we've been talking about, which, if are successful, then we should be able to scale up operations in the control area. And the endemic area still do not get sufficient funds. This is related to the funding which we are talking about the government. And one thing that we've not engaged a lot is the public-private partnership in elimination of diseases. So we have all these organizations that are selling drugs, but most of the time they are only interested in making profits. So if we can engage some of this and try to tell them that whatever you are selling drugs for, I know when we get disease and we buy more drugs, then you get more profit. But as a starting point, just to provide some human face to it, can we do research and be able to prevent some of these diseases? And then we've been talking about effective diagnosis and treatment. And then most important is the one which one speaker before lunch talked about, slowing the drug resistance so that we're able to slow down drug resistance so that we don't end up with a population that is resistant to all the drugs available. And then we have to integrate malaria treatment and control programs into existing programs. So if you have COVID-19, you have HIV/AIDS, then we need to get that malaria integrated into that. And then, of course, what we feel to be working effectively again is drug combination therapy. So if we can invest a lot of research into that and their distribution, then we should be able to do that. Now, those arguments are based on promising developments. Okay. You are threatening the overall chair. So prompt and effective are based on prompt and effective treatment reduces mortality by 50%, and the developments that we see even in the reduction for mortality are based on those observations that we give. It's actually now, guys, the research agenda that we really need to focus on. So the first, which is on pathogenesis, because as I was telling you, we get diseases from malaria, and if we can understand the mechanism in the human.
Thank you to the organizers. It is really my pleasure to join you all. I would have most of my life, so it's really good to connect. Before I start, maybe I'll just check if you have something in the program before I can start officially.
I can just give a brief bio about Professor Siwo. I think he's familiar to some of the faces in the room, and is someone that, in terms of innovation, would be interesting to know about. So, Siwo is currently a research assistant at University of Michigan Medical School and a research associate at Michigan Center for Global Health Equity. His research focuses on accelerated and equitable innovation using emerging computational technologies such as artificial intelligence, programmable biotechnologies such as CRISPR-Cas systems, and frameworks for scientific discovery at global scale such as open innovation challenges. He's a co-founder of ANZA Biotechnologies, a startup that's focused on accelerating discovery and sustainable manufacturing therapeutics. Previously, he was a research assistant professor at University of Notre Dame, lead researcher at IBM Research Africa, and a co-founder of Helix Nanotechnologies, a DNA nanotechnology company. His work has been featured in several media, including CNN, USA Today, Fast Company, Aussie, among other media houses. So this is a brain you want to tap into, especially for this crowd. So Professor Siwo, feel welcome, and we're looking forward to your talk.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kai, and thank you, Professor Collins, for the fantastic keynote. I want to say that what I'm going to present is more on drug discovery, but I think it's important to note that artificial intelligence is a technology that can have a huge impact on the road towards malaria eradication. It can be applied in the very basic sciences of drug discovery. It can be applied in epidemiological studies of malaria. It can be applied in vaccine studies. And it can also be applied in terms of formulating policy, such as for the application of bed. So I guess I'm formally required to make some disclosures. So I hold equity in some of the companies that Mr. Kai mentioned, and also sits on some advisory boards of profit-making companies. I want to also say that in terms of my history, so I'm from Kenya, and I did most of my studies in Kenya. But back in the early 2000s, when I was at Egerton University, I actually experienced the power of computing, and began to realize that when we formulate biological questions into computational problems, we can solve them faster and in ways that might not need sophisticated laboratory resources. And this is not to say that we don't need labs to validate ideas, but I think computation can be a platform for us to test initial hypotheses. And this is how my story as a computational biologist began at Egerton University, even at a time when I didn't have a computer, but I could go to a cyber cafe, and for a few Kenyan shillings, I could browse the internet. And through that, I began to learn how to analyze DNA and protein sequences that were openly available on the internet. I'm so happy that Mr. Kai and I have known each other for many years from the days at Egerton, when we began together to explore this area of computational biology. So I think because of that, all of the research that I do today, computing has become a fundamental component of whatever I do. And my research focuses on
the development of AI in 3 main areas. So for fundamental biology, understanding evolution as well as genetics, for drug discovery, and also for global health. Now, artificial intelligence is increasingly impacting our lives. We know that, for instance, like Google as a company employs numerous strategies of artificial intelligence, that whoever uses Google in any part of the world is already experiencing this impact of AI. And in a similar way, I believe that AI can have an impact on malaria control and eradication. I'll give one example here of a project we did where we are exploring how to apply different artificial intelligence or machine learning approaches to understand mechanisms of drug resistance. And we did this through a global data science challenge that we call Malaria Dream Challenges. Dream Challenges is an organization based in the US that over the past decade has been organizing data science competitions in which some specific data set is openly provided to the scientific community to compete and develop some computational models that predict a specific aspect of biology. So for instance, predicting risk of developing cancer using genetic data. And typically the way Dream Challenges are organized is that an organization provides some data focused on a particular question, opens it up to the global community, and then the global community develops computational models that are then independently verified by the Dream Challenge organizers. So the Dream Challenges have run several competitions over the past 10 years, many of these competitions focusing on areas like cancer, but none of them really in the area of infectious diseases, especially neglected tropical diseases. So a few years ago, we organized the Malaria Dream Challenge because we believed that this could serve as a new model for performing research on infectious disease, and in particular by attracting new ideas of computational modeling into malaria, which lags behind diseases like cancer. And so we decided to organize a Malaria Dream Challenge that was focused on understanding the mechanisms of artemisinin drug resistance using genetics and genomics data. The Malaria Dream Challenge involved organizations. The data set that provided to the global community was genomics data of Plasmodium falciparum parasites from Southeast Asia, and we basically challenged the global community to develop computational models that basically use the genomic data of malaria parasites to predict whether a given parasite will be resistant or sensitive to artemisinin. As part of this Dream Challenge, we also organized a malaria hackathon in Johannesburg, South Africa. So this was when I was still a scientist at IBM Research Africa in Johannesburg. And in this hackathon, we basically invited over 20 young scientists from several African countries to spend a week at the lab at IBM and to learn how to analyze this genomic data to understand artemisinin drug resistance. So after the organization of the global competition, we were actually fascinated that this competition only ran for a period of 3 months, and in these 3 months, there were over 360 modelers or participants from 31 countries. So countries from as far as Spain to South Korea, even in areas where malaria is not a problem. We also received several code submissions. So we had like over 100 computational models developed during this 3-month period, which is actually a very high level of productivity that you can't even afford to have in a pharmaceutical company. So one of the lessons we learned from this is that actually by opening this kind of data sets to the global community, you could provide a platform to rapidly develop computational solutions. And some of these solutions, or several of these solutions, used different approaches of artificial intelligence as well as machine learning. And we know that AI has not been applied widely in malaria. And actually, in this 3 months period, the number of models developed that used AI was so much larger than the previously published number of models focusing on how to apply AI in malaria drug resistance. So even though this approach we applied specifically to malaria drug resistance, I think it's a platform that can be applied to a wide range of problems in malaria where data is available. And by having this data science challenge or competition, it opens up the problem to a big number of participants who might not normally even work on this problem. So for example, in the competition, we saw that some of the participants were from universities, some of them were from government agencies, some of them were from startups or companies. And so this could also be a way of attracting talent or people from other disciplines to come and help us develop new solutions for malaria control. The other area I want to quickly go through is how we apply AI to accelerate drug discovery against pandemic viruses, and especially for COVID-19 under this project that is known as the Pandemic Response Emergency Preparedness Therapeutics Initiative, which I started a while I was at the University of Notre Dame. The goals of this preemptive project is to develop broadly active antiviral drugs to SARS-CoV-2, as well as potentially to future viruses of pandemic potential. And even though in this project we use a lot of AI approaches, the project is actually grounded in fundamental biology. We know that all human cells have a defense strategy that helps the cells to fight against any viral infection. And this is why even though humans are exposed to numerous viruses all the time, we don't suffer from viral infections most of the time. We see that even with SARS-CoV-2 in the fact that not all exposures of the disease lead to, not all exposures of the virus lead to actual disease in people. And under this project, we're designing small molecules that can actually trigger this antiviral different data, and increasingly publicly available data sets are growing, which means that there is more opportunity for scientists from all parts of the world, including Africa, to take advantage of this data and develop new solutions to various diseases, including malaria. But of course, AI is only step one. We need to be able to experimentally validate some of the predictions made from AI. And in our case, we are actively doing some laboratory validation to see if some of the AI designed molecules could actually have antiviral activity to SARS-CoV-2 and other viruses. And of course, we also want to see that the AI can design molecules that can be easy to synthesize, because this is an important factor in making such molecules available in future if they show clinical activity. And with that, I want to come to the end of my presentation, and I just acknowledge the wide number of people that have played important roles in this project. And thank you all, and looking forward to discussions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Silo, for that compelling talk. It's fascinating the way forward. So next we'll have Dr. Lucia Chola. Is she online? Great.
Yes, I'm online. I hope you can hear me.
Yep, I'll just give a brief introduction of Dr. Lucy and then you take it over from there. So Dr. Lucy is a senior scientist. She's served at various institutes as a research fellow, ISIPE, Nairobi, Cambridge Wellcome Trust, Kilifi, Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine in UK. She's currently head of the Department of Tropical and Infectious Diseases at Institute of Climate Research in Nairobi. Her research interests are infectious diseases. Her main focus is on co-infections of malaria, schistosomiasis, understanding the immunology, disease manifestation, and diagnosis in endemic populations. Lucy is undertaking research studies that assess the impact of helminth infections on candidate HIV, HPV, and malaria vaccines and malaria drug development studies. She's currently the Secretary General of Kenya Society for Immunology and Council member of International Union of Immunological Societies. In this position, she supports the society by improving awareness of immunology through organizing workshops, providing scientists with an opportunity to network. We welcome you, Dr. Lucy. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mutakai, for the introduction. Let me firstly appreciate all the organizers and for giving me a chance also to come and present this afternoon, this evening, and greetings to everyone who's joining us. So the previous speaker, Professor Sio, I think set the floor for my introduction and my presentation. Today I'm just going to introduce some work we're involved in, and we have a number of people that we're actually working on, looking at nanoformulation of anti-malarial drugs. Our earlier speaker, Professor Salim Abdallah, set the scene in terms of how the COVID-19 pandemic, although it hampered health services greatly, we also saw an increase in morbidity and mortality to other diseases. Overall, we had the systematic lockdowns, stay-at-home orders, restricted movement, and fear of contracting the virus kept people away from healthcare facilities. The WHO Global Technical Strategy for Malaria had actually set a target that by 2030 we should hopefully reduce the malaria mortality rates and cases overall. And I think what has happened is, yes, the COVID-19 pandemic somehow hampered to a certain extent the gains we made to malaria. And these images are shown, the graphs are shown on the right-hand side, just show you like a slight increase in 2020 for both the malaria cases and the malaria deaths. Now, if I come close to home, Kenya, we have obviously set up a very robust primary healthcare system, and we are basically targeting 5 pillars. In my lab and with partners, we are focusing on basically improving technology. So we're basically addressing 2 main areas. There's look at new interventions and hopefully effective diagnostics. But today I'll just talk about the interventions that we're assessing. In terms of interventions, our main interest is looking at malaria drugs. Right now we know that the first-line treatment are basically artemether-lumefantrine as well as artesunate amodiaquine, depending on which country you're in. And these are basically used to treat uncomplicated malaria. There have been issues of adherence. Obviously, there's a complex treatment regimen, and in some cases, poor bioavailability of the drug, especially when it's taken orally. And in cases where you have lumefantrine as the core drug, it's important to basically consume this, take these drugs in the presence of fatty foods. And this can be a challenge in a lot of populations where maybe the fatty foods we have are minimal. And in a lot of cases, you need larger doses to basically have an effective malaria treatment. The other issue we're battling with is emergence of resistance. I think Asia was the first, Thailand was the first country to describe emergence of resistance to artemisinin drugs. But in 2021, there were 2 papers that came out, one from Rwanda and one from Uganda, where they basically described emergence of resistance in vitro culture work that they've done. So what are we doing? We have formed a conglomerate of 4 institutions. We're working closely with KEMRI, who are assisting us with the in vitro assays. We work with the Center for Research in Therapeutics, where they're doing pharmacokinetic, pharmacodynamic studies. We at IPR, where I come from, have the ability to do preclinical studies. And we've partnered up lastly with the center in South Africa, CSIR, who are assisting us with drug nanoformulation. So what we're doing is we're working as a team to be able to test novel nanoformulated drugs and also discover new drugs. So the Center for Research in Therapeutics is headed by Dr. Bana Tsugutu, and they obviously work on clinical trials, but we have basically partnered with them where we're going to be introducing nanoformated drugs into animal models, and with the help of CREATES, they will be able to assist us with the PK/PD studies. Dr. Jose Akala, he's based at the KEMI Walter Reed program in Kisumu. They have a robust system where they basically are able to test for drugs for anti-plasmodium activity. And they have a high throughput system where they basically work with both lab-adapted strains of Plasmodium falciparum as well as field isolates. So with them, we partnered up to basically screen the drugs for IC50 values and then decide which would be the most effective drug to take forward. The team in South Africa, so this was a partnership we got into because of they had worked previously with the CREATES KEMI program. So with them, they are looking at improving drug delivery systems using either liposomes. With them, they've actually focused more on the solid lipid nanoparticles. So what they're able to do is encapsulate malarial drugs. So these are known drugs such as lumefantrine, coartem, and DHA, dihydroartemisinin. So the idea behind encapsulation will allow you to protect against any premature degradation due to the gastric juices, especially when you initially take an oral drug. And then it enables absorption via the gastrointestinal mucosa to the bloodstream, to the site that the drug is meant to go to. So what the CSIR team have done is they've been able to design nanodrugs, which are actually WHO approved. So in this partnership, we already have 2 drugs in pipeline that they have available for us. So they have taken coartem and basically placed it within a solid lipid nanoparticle. This has improved drug solubility, oral bioavailability, and it removes the need for fatty foods and reduces the dosage. So they have also formulated an injectable lumefantrine. For that, they have several lumefantrine-based drugs. The IC50 varies from 50 nanograms to 2,220 nanograms per ml. They've also got a nanodrug of dihydroartemisinin that's been nanoformulated. And at the bottom here, I just show you, in comparison to known drugs of just pure artemisinin, that is about 1 nanogram per ml, whereas chloroquine is about 8.29. So we're getting there in terms of, getting drugs that are reasonably effective in the management of malaria. Okay, so let me come just to IPR and why we feel very important in this process. IPR has been in existence for over 64 years. It was a facility under initially the National Museums of Kenya, but now it's been gazetted as an institute on our own. And it was set up to study basically monkey behavior and human evolution. From 1975, it shifted a little bit and went into the production of drugs, testing of drugs for use in human and vaccine development. And I put the website there just for more information. So we have basically 2 animal models that we work with. We have access to BALB/C mice, and I think with our partnerships, we're hoping to extend that to include other mice models. But for now, we have the BALB/C mice, we have access to Plasmodium vagi, so this is a rodent malaria species, which is known to cause lethal infection. And the main way that we do our studies is we basically would assess a 4-day suppressive test and look to see to what degree is your drug suppressing growth of the parasite. And this is just one of the studies we did where we were able to show that in comparison to chloroquine, there's certain drugs that were more effective than others at inhibiting parasite growth in vitro in mice models. The other animal model that we have available is basically the olive baboon, Papio anibus. We are basically ALAC accredited. This is an American organization that reviews our processes in terms of animal care welfare. And it's a process that we do every 3 years to make sure we're compliant with all our animal-related research. So for us at IPR, we've actually developed this model for malaria in the past 20 years, and there's been extensive work in this area. Just to highlight 2 studies that were done, one of them was basically, we're able to show that if you infect an olive baboon with Plasmodium knowlesi, not Plasmodium falciparum, and if you want details of why, I can discuss later. But in essence, this malaria Plasmodium knowlesi, which is also found in Southeast Asia, affects olive baboons, and if left untreated, they can succumb to the infection. So one of the things we did was to look at, if you look at placental malaria, do you see similar symptoms that you get in P. falciparum in humans? And indeed we did. We found there was accumulation of, for instance, parasitous red blood cells in the placenta. So this image up here just shows you this arrow. You have cells accumulating in the placental region where you have infected red blood cells. With this arrow, you're able to see inflammatory cells because of the presence of the infection, and we have your that was infected red blood cells, inflammatory cells, and red blood cells. So there's accumulation of cells in the placental region during a malaria infection in olive baboons. The other thing we tried to do was, we know that malaria, during the growth of parasites in erythrocytes, the parasites are able to express proteins on the surface. And the reason they do that is that they're able then to cytoadhere to endothelial cell receptor molecules. So we decided to assess this in our animal model. So what we can say is that we did an experiment, so this was ex vivo, where you take the parasites out of, you collect infected red blood cells, you culture them in vitro, let them grow to the trophozoite stage, and then you assess to see if they're binding to proteins, okay? So this, because this is a placental malaria model, you want to see if they bind to like CS2, which is a protein found highly expressed in placental region, okay? So what we're saying is, if you take a parasite 3D7, peripheral circulation, this is of adhesion to the CSA receptor, and the same happens to hyaluronic acid, which are key receptors involved in placental malaria. And we tested our animal models. So these are three different animals. We found there's no adhesion to CSA or to HA, the hyaluronic acid. So what we're saying here is there could be other molecules involved in sequestration that we saw in the placental region. We did a sequence analysis. So this was just to compare and see what would be contributing to this adhesion. So we basically tentatively said that there were certain proteins which were similar to our CSA and HA that could be mediating adhesion in our placental model. But we need further studies to elaborate what they are. So taking advantage of a non-human primate model, what we're planning to do is, we're at the point where the African team are basically producing the COVID pandemic, and it's becoming difficult to import certain drugs. So this has led to a delay in this study. But in essence, once we get the drugs, we hope to basically evaluate them as potentially new drugs in the treatment of malaria. So that work and the results will be presented to you in due course once we are able to do it. Okay. So let me end by saying that one of the things we've realized is through the pandemic is that partnerships are critical in basically pushing towards elimination of malaria. And drugs still play an important role in the management of malaria. So we hope from this study we'll be able to identify new drugs that can be potentially used in the treatment of malaria. So let me end by saying thank you to all the different teams who have basically contributed to this. And really this project is funded by the National Research Fund here in Kenya. So I end my talk there, and I guess the questions can come later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Lucy, for the really good talk on the new formulations of drugs and the possibilities of having new models of the disease. I think there will be more discussions afterwards for this session. So we'll just carry on. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Bernard Kanoi, as a colleague that we're working closely, many collaborations. He's a researcher at Mount Kenya University. He holds a degree in biomedical sciences, PhD in life science, and postdoctoral training in immunology. Before joining Mount Kenya University, he was an assistant professor at Proteus Sciences Center in Ehime University, Japan. He is an investigator in the SATREPS project. His study focuses on understanding how immunity against malaria parasites is acquired or lost in children during pregnancy and how it offers protection
took for them to be cleared, suggesting that having this genotype could prolong the time it took to clear the parasite within the host. They did this also for in terms of in ex vivo, where they got the parasites and did cultures at the same time, charted them the drug and compare those with or without the drug, and they still observe the same scenario. And over the years they did this, and as you can see from this image, over time, the percentage of the mutants seem to be increasing over time. So the question we asked ourselves, what is the role of immunity in this? Could immunity be contributing to the emergence of these parasites? So over the years, now and before when I was still at the university, we were able to optimize this platform for doing detailed immune profiles in children from different populations. And as you can see on this heat map, every dot represents a different protein, and on the rows represent different individuals. And as you can see, we can see the intensity of the signals differ with different people and different proteins. Meaning that as we are all here, if we were to take your blood and do an immunoprofile, our intensity or our burdens would be different because we are different. But could these differences be contributing to our protective immunity? So what we did is, this all is based on this very robust platform called the wheat germ cell system, where you make proteins that are optimally synthesized, and we believe that they present both the linear and conformational epitopes. So what we did is, in collaboration with Professor Mita of Utero University, we got the samples that they had assessed and looked at, they observed that they had different clearance, how they could clear parasites differently. And these are the samples we got from northern Uganda, and we did both those which were sensitive and those which are resistant, and we did an immune profile against different proteins, about 700 different malaria proteins. The objective was to see, can we see any difference between these groups, those that have mutants or those that have no mutants, those which are resistant and those which are sensitive. And the pathway continues. The last stage was to do the analysis and to compare these different interactions. So what we saw is, as expected, there was no difference in terms of the immune profiles in male and female, but we saw some difference in terms of reactivity of different proteins that varied across. These are the CIDR domains. These are proteins that Dr. Ochoa talked about, that they are expressed on the surface of the infected red blood cells. And we have the DBL domains, also part of the PFEMP1s, also on the surface of the infected red blood cells. We have the merocyte stage proteins. These are the proteins that could be involved in the infection of the red blood cells, and other proteins that are on the surface. So they varied between different groups. Or further, we looked at the antibody profiles and the time to clearance. This image is quite small, so we focus on two of them to just help us understand what we observed here. So in this image, we are seeing the abundance of antibody levels and the time to clearance, parasite clearance half-life. So on the y-axis, we have the intensity or the abundance of antibodies against this specific protein, and on the x-axis, we have the time it took for these individuals to clear their parasites to half. So, and as you can see here, there's an inverse correlation between abundance of antibody levels and the time it takes to reduce the parasitemia. And this was consistent for about 9 different proteins, which we believe they could be having a role in this reduction. So we did further analysis just to see, is there any difference if we focused on the mutant versus the wild type? So we observed that having a mutant infection, these individuals had a lower level of antibodies to this specific protein and 9 others, as compared to those that had a wild type infection. And same, these two images just represent 2 different proteins. So our next question was, the WHO defines drug resistance as any parasite that does not reduce by half in more than 5 hours.
So we categorized our population to those individuals that were able to clear their parasites within, to reduce their parasite by half within the 5 hours, and those that took longer. As you can see from these images, we see that the abundance of antibodies maybe doesn't necessarily, is not affected by what is infecting you, or the antibodies are able to kill the parasite, irrespective whether you have a resistant or sensitive parasite. Meaning that antibodies are critical, or they are important to reducing parasitemia. Of course, we still do not know how they work, or whether they work directly. This is something that needs to be evaluated in further studies. But one of the proteins that we observed in this study is this NPLX. It's overexpressed in a penicillin-sensitive parasite, suggesting that it could be having an important role in controlling how the drug works within the parasite. So this is important for us. As we work hard towards reducing transmission, how do we respond to the issue of emergency of this disease? And as you know, over the last few years, we are seeing genotypes of interest emerging across East Africa. And I think it's the high time we did more, not just the genetic surveillance, but also do serosurveillance to see or to try to predict or understand how the reduction of transmission could be affecting the emergence of this disease. So this is something we are keen on to do in the home of the cohort. I don't know whether it needs to take 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, because we need to see how does intervention affect genotypes, and how does this intervention affect the emergency or the expansion of drug-resistant parasites. Because as we intervene, as we pump in more resources to reduce transmission, we are going to the same level as seen in Southeast Asia, meaning low transmission, and people do not acquire immunity, but they may not be able to get the parasites on time. So maybe there's something we need to consider, putting in serosurveillance as a key component in the surveillance studies. So to conclude this presentation, I want to say that at least for the northern Uganda, specific proteins could be markers of emerging drug resistance and immunity. In this case, probably vaccines should be considered and highly considered as a part of the components of sustaining malaria elimination efforts. If we are able to intervene using other bed nets, treatment, MDA, but a single emergence of some parasites could bring an epidemic, so vaccines must be considered as part of these efforts. And cell surveillance should be carefully considered as we move forward. And this study was conducted in Uganda. As you know, our borders are people move across the borders. So we need to further expand this surveillance, not just in one country, but even across the borders within East Africa. And as we saw in the previous slide, these genotypes of interest are across East Africa. And this work is a collaboration of many partners, both here in Uganda and Japan, who have done tremendous work to make us be able to have such good results. And the funding we have received from different organizations, Japanese government, EDCTP, and EU. Thank you so much. That's it, my presentation.
Thank you so much, Bernard, for this exciting talk that you gave. I think it shows there's room for translation. I think it's quite promising in that sense. So, yeah. Next, we'll have Professor Tomomi Matsumoto from the University of Otaru, University of Commerce. So, Prof will give us a brief background about himself before we start his talk. So, the floor is yours once you're set up.
while setting up my computer. So please, okay, I'm an economist. So I have been working for some issues in Africa since 2005. It was 2005 when I landed African continent first time. Since
私にはどうお答えすればいいのかわかりません。何か他にお手伝いできることはありませんか?
Okay, so I'm working for the several projects in Africa. Then, since I'm an economist, and then usually I use at a micro level. We constructed a panel here in covering the 3 countries. Here. So, which is the experimental intervention to
Okay, so needless to say that the malaria is the most serious issue, disease in this area. Then, because of the big effort of the researchers and the public sector and the international organizations, the last 2 decades, looking at the supply side of the healthcare services, so there was a big improvement. Yeah, like access to the health center and availability of drugs, and also the mass distribution of the bed nets and provision of IRS. Yeah, in comparison with this supply side, so look at the demand side, consumer side, or resident side, people side. So how about the demand side? So that is the